Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of Gans processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
The CO2 gas unit, which now is as part of the gas unit of Keshe Foundation, for sale. You dictate, I want methane unit or I want a CO2 unit. You as a human race created enough CO2 and you created mayhem for yourself. We as Keshe Foundation, CO2, doing the same. We elevate the soul of the planet. And the CO2 released brings the elusive, what we call elevation of the man, and the soul of the man, the animal, the cat, the dog, and the rest. If your CO2 could create such a global warming as you are working on, can you imagine you running the CO2 plasma systems as a gas? Conversion of one into the other. Transforming the CO2, absorbing in the systems and returning it back as a food for humanity. What this planet could not give, I have given a system today. Now you understand what is on the table, what in the past 2 weeks has been brought in. You use the fuel to burn, and at the moment when you have the methane gas, then you burn it, you get a CO2 and you get water. The same with the Keshe Foundation. But the CO2 you use for burning methane will elevate the soul of the planet. The water you produce will bring the nourishment to the seas and the oceans and the plasmatic condition to bring peaceful condition. We are selling you the CH4 methane gas units. You're happy that you've got a cheap gas. I'm happy that I start changing the man, the animal, the trees and the seas and the oceans back to life. What the planet needs to add, we add as an energy into it. Your man CO2 brought mayhem to you and what you call the global warming. The Keshe Foundation plasma CO2 brings it life, the expansion of the soul. It's not going to end. It's not going to cost you anything. When you're not using the gases, you let it flow in the air. When you need it, use part of it and again add to it. The condition and the motto of the Keshe Foundation has been on the website. We are here to serve and not to be served. Don't look, I'm going to close the gas because I'm not using it. Leave the gas open and let elevate the soul of the planet. The change, bring the change when the animal doesn't kill. When to the waters, when you're burning, it gets fed into the pipelines and into the rivers and the oceans. Burn as much as you like. There is no end to the energy of the universe. Now you understand what has been put on the table. What the past 2 weeks blueprint, as you looked at it, was to your own benefit. If I get a cheaper energy, if I get something else, now you understand. Is you serving humanity, serving the planet to bring the change and the mayhem which our previous generation ourselves has brought on this planet. Gas pipes from Russia, what does it bring us? More mayhem. Where do we go from here? How do we add to this knowledge? Which other ways I have to play for you to understand Keshe Foundation is not a game. It's not for your generator, it's not for your, what I call gas units, it's not for when you're sick. The beauty of it is when you use these systems, would you ever get sick again? Or would you need to eat? Because now you're in a plasma condition. When you put a CO2 or a methane gas in the house, you're always afraid of what happens to it. Now, when you burn the methane, you're feeding yourself with the free energies of the gases it produces. The air man breathes is the way he elevates himself and lives on this planet. And the introduction of the enhancement gas units is for that purpose only. What I've done is no different than what I've done in the process of the use of the system in past 10 years. Look at what we have taught you, even in your diabetic cups, in your diabetic life, in using our systems in one way or another. I gave you the gases to breathe. I gave you the gases to drink. And I gave you the gases to cover the body, to walk away from sickness. Aren't we doing now the same thing? We're giving the gases for the planet to breathe. We gave you the waters, and we gave you the plasma energy units. We fed the surface of the planet with the waters, with the gas energy units connecting to the universal system, feeding the center of the planet. And with the gases, we have covered you. The body of the man is no different than a universal system. It's just to translate how to feed. When you have corona, we tell you to wash yourself. Breathe from the cup and drink from it. breathe, you release the gases to bring the change of the air. You do the same thing with the waters you throw in the ocean. With the energy unit, we create transformation of energy across the planet. You got to realize this process for the man and the earth applies in the same way and the same level in the universal community. We say we take energy from the cosmos, we take energy from the environment to give you the generators. But this energy comes from somewhere. And it cannot be put back in to the same environment polluted. It has to be in a version that it becomes a life savior. It becomes for the expansion of the use of the universal community. And this is where all our work has been.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 445th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, August 11th, 2022. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond, and I'll be host once again in these weekly Knowledge Seekers Workshop series. And once again, we are joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe, the Keshe Foundation, who will be teaching today's workshop and giving us the latest information from the Keshe Foundation. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you ready to go today?
Yes, good morning, good day to you as usual. Wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We are back in to see, as I say usual, how we can add to the knowledge and share knowledge and maybe bring a little bit of change to someone's life down. The process of the teaching in the past few weeks with the presentation of the units, the energy unit and the gas unit, has brought a new phase to the work of the Keshe Foundation. In a very short while, we will introduce new systems which will be added to the collection of the enhancement unit, where we create conditions of life, maintaining life, and what we call being able to transmute life from one position to another. As all of you know, or most of you know, we have gone into the phase of what we call transmutation, which means initially at Lynn Center we'll take an object, a person, a condition, and transmute it from one system to another in the center. We, as we said, looking for volunteers to be at the center for us to be able to start these tests of transmutation. Essentially, this will bring us the knowledge, confirmation of the knowledge, and confirmation of the development to see if we can transmute. We don't transfer anymore. It's not a back to the future, and is not whatever you call it. It's a transmutation where we transfer the essence of life, and with it, we carry the content of it. Up to now, we had the skin of the man, and the contents was the organ and the life and the soul within it. Now the soul is the envelope, and the body of the man, the content. In a way, we are stepping into a very unknown knowledge, but at the same time, we're stepping in the knowledge of the Creator. Known to the Creator, understood by the world of the creation. For man, will be very interesting. As I said to one of the knowledge seekers, the first man said the earth was round. They put him on the rope. Now, you can imagine if the clergy could get their hands on me, what they do if I tell them we transmute by the soul. But in any case, the man has become more open-minded. Man understands more knowledge, and man can see what I call the step in the development of what we call the knowledge of the man in the dimension of the world of creation. For many of you, it's interesting to be able to do something, or something I wish for. But it's not a wish anymore, it's a reality. Is what we said and what we are doing is that we go into the phase of transmutation, which means we transmute the energy. We don't transfer the body. To do this, you need a vast knowledge of the creation to be able to condition it, that it takes shape in a correct way, needs more knowledge. Not from us, but knowledge from knowledge seekers who work with us to understand it, to be able to carry it out, to be able to bring the change in next step in the knowledge of man. What this will do, what is important for us, is when we carry the man, we carry all of it. It's emotion, confirmation of existence, it's memory. The memory in the world of the man is in the brain of the man. But what is the memory in the soul? How do we confine and bring the dimension of the memory of the soul in the dimension of the physicality of the man? In a way, for the first time, we allow the brain physical part of the man to connect to the brain energy part of the soul. This has never been understood. If we say that the soul remembers where the mother is to connect with, or where the father was 20 years ago when he died today that he can connect with, so memory of the soul exists. This is how it connected itself. This is how it gathered the energy. But go back to the older teaching. I made man in the image of myself. If man has a brain and a memory, so it has to be in the structure of the non-tangibility, in the dimension of the soul of the man. One of the biggest problems for the future development is to be able to carry the memory, the information of the soul when you carry it across. There's no use taking the man across when he has no memory who he is, what it is, what he's been connected to. And then at the same time, keep the connection between the memory of the man and the memory of the soul connected, the same, that you don't end up somewhere else having some information which is not relevant to the body you carried across, because the physicality is there. But at the same time, as the soul changes, when the body goes through the transformation to fit the environment, then what happens to the memory cell of the body of the man? What does this mean? Is that in the space when we land on the moon, there is no oxygen. Do we need the lung? There is no water to drink. Do we need the digestion system? There is no food. If you're going to live as a man of the moon, not taking food from Earth to the moon, in another position in the universe, what is the water here to us as a way of life is killing machine in that environment. So how does our body transfers from one to another in the process of the transmutation? To what extent man will understand this is like me dropping you in the ocean, in a submarine, and then throwing you out in a deep ocean out of the submarine. What happens to you? What would it be? Would you mutate? If I send you out of the submarine in a dimension of the physical man, you die. The pressures, lack of oxygen, give you a few seconds. But if I throw you out of the submarine in the dimension of the soul, you live. This is the difference. This is what is coming out of. If that dimension where you land in the ocean is a highly acidic area, you burn if you go in the dimension of physicality of the man. But in the dimension of the soul, your energy, you transmute, you adjust and connect to the energies from that acid that allows you to live. And you transfer this information back to the physicality, and the physicality instantaneously takes the shape which needed for you to survive in that position, where you see the shrimps living. Now you get to know the life, the way the shrimp in depths of the ocean in the acidic condition lives. You don't need thousands of years of mutation. The mutation comes out of the survival through the information, the energy of the existing life in the environment that is transferred instantaneously to the soul and the physicality of the man, which means you take immediately the shape, the dimension that you need to survive, your soul needs to survive in that environment. On Earth, adapting to a new environment, to a new way of food, takes millions of years, thousands of years. Through this, what we call evolution of the physicality, many die of cancers, of different things, because it cannot be adjusted. But you don't have that chance when you land in a new space, in a new position. What does this do? How much knowledge do we need to be able to go through this transmutation and transfer at the same time? The process, the understanding, the completion of the life has to be instantaneous in the memory of the man, in the DNA of the man, We remember DNA changes what is needed to. Now, the DNA change or RNA change in the energy level of the soul of the man has to instantaneously transfer into what we call DNA of the man at that time and position to convert to be able to survive. This is the only way that the man will become the true traveler of the space. Otherwise, you're welcome to the backward, to what I call ancient way of the traveling in the space through the one point to another through the UFOs. As long as the man sticks to a system, machinery, or a flying system like UFOs or your aeroplanes, you're still in the dimension of physicality, limitation of time, space, and position. When the man and the, what we call citizens of the universe, understand the knowledge of the transmutation, then it's a different ball game. Then you come to become exactly like what we gave you, and you could not understand it. You have the orange, and you have the cup. When you taste, the water is a water. When you put energy packs around it of different gases, now it transmutes the taste, the flavor, the energy of the orange into the water. That fish, that shrimp lifestyle becomes that orange for your soul to understand how to change, transmute directly into the dimension of the life in the physicality of the man, that the man will be still a man in a dimension and structure that he can live, coexist with the shrimp. You do not become the shrimp. Now you understand how the transmutation and transfer from the dimension of the earth to another in the dimension of physicality will take shape. This is what is to come. This is what is on our hand. And this is what we ask you to come to let's. We need to do as much transmutation within the structure. And then while you're here, if you came from Canada, to see if we can send you back to Canada. You don't need a visa to go back to Canada because you're citizens of Canada. You don't need a visa from Brazil. When you come to Austria, we don't need to interact with no one. We get by in interaction with the governments and whatever. Your government doesn't care how you enter Brazil from Vienna. Nobody asks you a question for it. And this is one of the fastest way that we promote the traveling of what we call knowledge seekers from immediate vicinities, areas of the Linz, Germany, Italy, and then throughout the world. When you're here, you go back home, nobody asks questions. The only problem is you have a stamp on your visa. How did you get in? In Austria, they see you, you're still here, but you don't exist. I left, you forgot to stamp my passport. This is how we will develop the next step in the space technology. This is how it will come in the coming time as our systems understood by our team and produced. We create the condition of transmutation to the moon. And we send you to the moon. We land you on the moon. And then you'll come back and tell us if you stayed in the dimension of energy the way a lot of you are doing in the enhancement unit, or you transmute to transfer to body of the physicality and feel the dimension of the life on the moon. Many of you who came to us and we asked you and you said you've been to the moon or you've been somewhere and you felt the sand and you touched the stone. You actually physically been there, but in the dimension of the fields. All of you who traveled with the system, you went to the oceans, you swam, you actually been there. The first transmutation has already taken place. You already living the physicality here with a connection of the soul to it, have taken the first excursions into the world of the creation. And none of you up to now knew. When you were in our system in Linz and you went to the moon, when we asked you, destination moon, and you felt the sand, you felt flying. You touched the stone, and some of you read the what I call transcripts or whatever signs on the stone. You have actually been to the moon, but in a dimension of the energy and the soul, where the other end of it was connected to you in our system. So all of you who been through the what I call enhancement unit, and you traveled somewhere or met someone or been there, met mom and dad, you actually traveled through the transmutation. It's not a dream. As I said yesterday in Rick's teaching workshop, it's you who have to understand and learn that from now on, man has two dimensions of living. The physical life, you're here. The energy or the soul life which travels the world, and you say, I was in New York this morning, did this and this. You don't say you're crazy, could be here. Now we understand we have been through the dimension of the soul. This is why if you go back to the teaching a few weeks ago, I said, we will not laugh at you when you come out of the system and that you did something. It was very interesting to a lot of you. Oh, I became a mermaid, I became a fish, I went to the moon. The only thing you have not understood, all these people have been through transmutation through the dimension of the energy. For the first time, mankind has become the traveler of the space through his own decision, not but what I call the monkey suit. The monkey suit Americans are used to, Russian Space Agency used to, and the others is for the dimension of physicality. You don't see the rays of the sun arriving at Earth with a monkey suit. You travel in the dimension of the fields. Now, all of you who came to Linz in the past 4 or 5 weeks, and you went to places, you met people, you met your father died years ago, or your brother, you have actually been there. You have actually traveled the dimension of the physical life in the package of the soul. The memory of the physical life through the soul of the man's connection connected to the soul of the brother or the father who died years ago. The reality of it is when you make the Ganses, the CO2, you see a fuzzy white things from interaction of the fields which make that color, and you say it's a CO2. But the energy field of the CO2 connects to the zinc in there, another Gans to another. I put the cell of your body, which is made of Ganses, and it's got the energy damage, and it nourishes it, and you change. The Gans is still in the cup, but the energy fields of it goes through. It's the same now. You are, your soul is that Gans, and the fuzzy things you see is your physical body. Now you understand how easily the knowledge of the creation has been transferred. You are nothing but a bunch of Ganses. Doesn't matter if it's the liver, the kidney, the leg, or anything else. You're that fuzzy bit. And the energy which hold that fuzzy bit, you call it a Gans, is your soul. Now you understand. Now you can understand the interpretation of it. Before you becoming a Gans, you were a piece, you're an atom on a cell combination of the copper. Before you become that soul, become that package of the Gans, you were body of the man in a physical dimension. Now you understand. Up to now, you did not know how to make ganses. You went, you bought caustic, you nano-coated the plates, and then you put the plates against each other in a different connection, and then you create your ganses. You manage to free the energy from atomic, from a condition of physicality to energy. You came to us in the physical body of the man. We put you in a system. We allow your system to become ganses. And then in the interaction as a Gans, who do you see? This is you with the mother, the father, and the rest. Now you understand. You did not know how to convert the matter into energy and then use that energy for whatever you need. Now, with a new system, we do the same for the man. We transfer the energy of the man as a matter state into energy of the man in an energy system, what we call the soul of the man. In a way, we make Gans of you in these systems. We allow you to make Gans of yourselves. We just create the condition of the soul. We condition of the expansion of the field to come out and manifest themselves. That atom of copper on the surface of the copper wire will stay in the matter condition unless you create a condition for it to be separated as a nano and then to become totally on its own as an energy. And this is what exactly we do with you as a body of the man in these systems. Then now you're an energy. Where do you want to go? Doesn't matter if you're a gas and I put you for process of energy production, or when you're a gas, I'll put you as a patch for somebody's cancer. You still release the same energy. Now you understand the process of the Keshe Foundation is. Now when you're in that position, I can take you anywhere I like. Or I tell you the direction and you take yourself to that position through the connection of the fields which are there to interact. Do you see every time you go to mom's house, unknowingly mom will be there? Or does your mom want to see you every time you go home to see her? So it's the same. When you are in the bubble of the dimension of the Gans of the physicality of your soul, you make contact. Is this person there ready to create the condition of approach? I wanted to see mom, but I couldn't. Mom doesn't want to see you. She's asleep. There is nothing wrong with it. I wanted to see the Pope, but it didn't happen. The Pope is busy playing with something. Now you understand. There is no difference in the process of our systems as a production of the Gans, which you've been busy with for past few years, or transmutation of the man. Now we understand the next step. Now we understand exactly the way the magnets with Rick used to play. Now the magnets are the soul. When you put a magnet in a patch of many magnets, some of them don't move. Those who are immediate do. But even though this has already a connection, no contact, I'm not moving, I don't need to move. Papa is not home today. Or if the Papa has been waiting for you and you come with the dimension of the soul, you sit, you chat, you have everything you want, you come back happy. I met my dad and this and this and that. Is it a dream? Or now is the reality to understand that we can do both at the same time? And the beauty of it is, if you go back to the teaching of the past, you remember what I explained to you? Your soul is in the center and your brain is here. When you go to sleep, the soul manages to go. Maybe contact a brother or a father. But it communicates with the memory soul of the man. And in that process of going back and forth, crosses the brain, and part of that information stays with the memory of the man. Now, the whole process is upside down. The man's soul is there, and the brain of the man is in the center. And then you transmute a still going through to Papa or whatever you want it to be. But this memory bank of the energy dynamic structure of the soul will embed that information still in the memory of the man. And then when you come in the dimension of physicality, you remember exactly like a dream, but it's not a dream anymore. With a man and his brain, you took a taxi to went to see the mom. With this, you take the dimension of the energy. And this will take a total new dimension in the life of the man. And as I said, it takes a lot of understanding from us. Then maybe, as I said, it brings a new understanding to the beautiful people, what we call schizophrenia. Because man itself has lived the dimension of a schizophrenic in a dimension of the encapsulating the soul of the man in the physicality. Now the soul takes open and the physicality has to remember. Now, how do we respect ourselves when we say to our family, I went to see Papa and that's what he was. He was nice. We had a meeting, we had a tea. Papa died 20 years ago. Oh, you were in the dimension of the soul. You transmuted. You did not transfer getting a taxi to go to see the father. There was no home. He just went to the grave. Who has no place to be in the dimension of physicality, where in the dimension of the soul, he is still part and connected. Now you understand the difference. Now you understand how clearly I could explain for years to respect the beautiful people. They live more in the dimension of the soul than in the dimension of the physicality. I am the Mehdi. I am the Messiah of my own soul to understand the knowledge of the creation. And it's your responsibility to become the Mehdis and Messiahs of your own soul and no one else's. To conquer the knowledge of the creation. to understand the process of the creation, to understand the process of the creator which created the creation. In the English language, we say we got into his brain, we got into the way he thinks, and we can predict what his next action is. Now try to get into the way and the brain of the creator and how he thinks, and then you'll find the beauty in creation. We have lived the schizophrenic between our soul and physicality, and we call those who lived in the dimension of the soul as schizophrenic. But in fact, they lived in the dimension. And when you're in the dimension of the soul, there's not much need for bigger space to have 10 brains. You can operate out of the same. When we bring these beautiful people who have 2 or 3 souls with them, one decides to go to New York, one decides to go to the moon, and one decides goes to Vienna, and we have one physical body. What do we do? If one decides to manifest itself in New York, and while the other one wants to do the same thing because he just saw a beautiful girl and he wants to show the beauty of physicality, sorry, the body sits in New York. Now you understand the dimension of the change of the law for man, understanding the memory of the soul or understanding the memory of the physicality, because in fact, when you put in a schizophrenic to man, you call him with 3 souls, he will be able to manifest himself in all 3 dimensions, in the dimension of physicality of the point, the time, and the place. In China, he will look like a Chinese man. In America, he'll be blonde and blue eyes. And in Africa, he'll be a black man. But it's all one physicality. Remember the orange and the cup. New York, he'll be a doctor. In Africa, he'll be a wildlife saver. And Vienna, he'll be a dancer. What he wanted to do all his life. Now he gets a chance. In a way, what the womb of the mother could not do to create a triple, we do, bringing that soul of the 3 into the dimension of physicality and allowing to the souls to expand. And then you find out, Mama, I have 3 sons in the dimension of physicality, but in 3 different places. They love you the same, they feel the same about you, and the memory will be exactly what they corrected as a dimension of singularity of the physicality. Very soon, we'll show this in this. We bring people with this kind of conditions of the 3 souls in physicality, and we show them in the dimension of 3 physical body. And then I wonder who will be the schizophrenic, the man who has not understood, or the man who appreciates the beauty of the creation. As I told you, with this new knowledge, new and beautiful time has opened up for man. Don't forget, because you're so physical, I explained it to you, if this was a problem for you. When you have an alloy, you have different materials embedded in this alloy. what do? When you make a Ganses of it, each one of them will make his own Gans, doesn't it? And you'll show the property of that material, be it the zinc, be it the copper, be it the nickel. Isn't this the same? Now we understand and we can explain the condition of the creation in its true meaning, and not in the fallacies the man has made for himself. And if you go back to a long time teaching before, I said in the future, the captains become those we trust our soul with, and they let us go when we go. And wouldn't this be that captain carries the soul of many passengers? And when it comes to the time and the place, the souls will take and manifest themselves in the dimension of physicality, which they want. Now you understand, I am the true Mehdi. And I can explain that in every condition and position to bring the knowledge of the philosophy and what we call understanding of the source of the creation in both dimensional and the essence of the creation. Now we understand and we can explain the true cycle of creation from the creator to the man and beyond, scientifically, not with hypocrisy and what we call religion. This is why has come the end of religions and the end of what they call the views of the soul of the man. There is no place for theology when you know that science of the creation. There is nothing left but emotion and dimension of existence. Many of you had a problem with understanding this process. Now we can see how simple it is. We had the same knowledge 10 years ago, but you could not understand it, you could not explain it. Now we have systems we can do. I wonder if a mother who has a schizophrenic child comes to us in Linz and sits in the transmutation room and watches his 3 children, maybe 2 as a girl and 1 as a boy, manifest in front of her and tell her the things they've done with her and how, and she remembers all of it. Would she accept the existence of the 3 physical life of the man in that dimension of his half of her own creation? I will do this in a very short time. The new systems getting set up is set for this job, to be able to transmute conformation and bringing many souls together to travel into one destination at a point in time and space. We tested this with you, but you were not aware. How many of you be been with me in the transmutation room, and I appointed maybe 5 of you in the room, and I said, he's the captain, and the rest of you, the passengers. And didn't captain was aware of his passengers, while the passengers were not aware of the captain where he was going them. When they come out and we talk to them, we have proven this to be correct. Now, in a coming time, we'll see the change. We see those who you dreamt, you spoke, and you put in the what we call sanitariums, you put them in prisons, you put them everywhere, and you call them schizophrenic, and make you to be ashamed of your own conduct. How we put them in mental institutes where we are the mentals because we didn't understand the process of the creation. When you see an alloy, do you call it a metal? Or do you use its beauty? And now that you can separate it, you can enjoy the energy of all three at the same time and whatever you put in that mixture. Now we understand more about the process of the creation. Now we understand more about understanding of the process of conversion and simultaneous transfer and transmutation together. As I said, the creatures of the universe envy the knowledge man has been given. The data earth is so backwards, now has become one of the leaders in the knowledge of the creation through the messages of it. In a way, we connect your soul to the soul of the Creator. That's all it is. For you to understand the total process of the knowledge of the creation from the beginning of the time. There is no need and there is no room for theology where there is no theory of the Creator. Where you face the fact, you understand the totality. It depends in which level of the energy of the Creator you can be graceful enough to transmute yourself to. Then, as part of the teaching, if you remember, I always showed you the plasma as this. It's you who has to understand how much of the process of the creation and the knowledge of the Creator you have understood. It's the knowledge which gives man the closeness to the Creator, not the physicality and praise and charlatan jobs in mosques and in churches and the rest. And it does not need to be a farmer or a king to get to one or the other. The knowledge of creation is open to every soul. It depends what the soul has the capability and openness to receive and to understand and to be part of the point, time, and position in that knowledge of creation. With me, I have traveled the full spectrum. And with you, you see the part of my time at this time and position. That's why I always said there'll be no magic for the work of the Keshe Foundation, because we explain to you the totality of the knowledge from point of the creation on. It depends how much of it and which part of it you can understand. Gives the man the total knowledge of the creation, and it's for the man to decide where he wants to be. Now you understand the process of the knowledge, how you have access to knowledge, whatever you want, because I have traveled the full path. And you are just the time of a frame, position, and time and space. You came from the fraction of the fractions and fractions and divisions to become, where we come directly from the source to the same position. That's why you lost part of the memory of the creation. Otherwise, even these were created from the cycle of the division of this at one point and another. Now you understand why we ask you to come to this. We want to put those fractions together, that with it, we make a new race of the man, that you all are connected to, not by nationality, but by direction of the soul. That's why we ask from all nationalities to come, to imprint, to create the connection of the knowledge of the totality. Now it's up to you which path you take and how you will travel the span of the universe, how you will go to the next step of understanding the totality of the creation. I made man in the image of myself, because you came from the fractions of the vision of me. How can you not be me? Today's teaching is very strong, is very in-depth, but is for you to understand, and it's for you to be able to connect to be able to share with your own physicality and the soul. The knowledge of creation is simple. Man has made it difficult for him to connect to it, and that's why you're in the shamble of the position and time and the place you are today. It's just a matter of how and what your extension is and what you understand. A few minutes before this teaching, I was in line with some officials of a government. Some of the knowledge seekers here were in that meeting. And I said something very simple to one of them. I said, give me your telephone number and I'll bring you to this. He said, these are secret, these we cannot talk about. I said, the Europeans are buying tickets for that position. What is secret to you is now knowledge seekers in Europe working with, living with, and they have access to. They are buying tickets to do it. And for you, it's confidential and you cannot talk about it. Isn't this the situation we have with some of our lives at the moment? It just depends on the span of the knowledge and understanding the creation. The knowledge seeker translating wants to be in the transmutation. And the same guy from the same country, to him, is confidential and is secret and it cannot be spoken. But to you, knowledge seekers have already bought tickets to come to transmute. It's how ignorant we are about the knowledge which brings us the ignorance in accepting the knowledge. The process of the teaching is very simple. Now we understand more. Now we understand the totality. Now we see the totality. As I said, the break point will come for us in the next few weeks when we show you in the transmutation, and then transmutation and the transfer at the same time. Do you want to fly or do you want to go to? How many of you in the flight system I have given the option of? And how many of you, when you come out, you say, I flew to moon? And those we ask you to transmute, you say, I went to moon. Now you understand. Everything is set to mature the soul of the man in the right direction and direction. Then it comes the biggest question for you at this moment. Why did the Keshe Foundation brought in the energy and the gas units? If you cannot make the bubble of yourself to come out with, I can put you in the gas bubble of mine. When you don't have a car and you want to go from A to B, don't you get a taxi? Or you get on a bus? The plasma transmutation of the gases allows us to speed up for those of you and the objects which we cannot, they would not be able to do that themselves. It's not for you to burn the fuel. It's for you to learn a new package of life with no physical structure inside, where we encourage to place the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man within it. We created our own element, and we are only happy with the energy of birth. I remember years ago when we had some friends who came and haven't seen their family for decades, were taken to a so-called having a meeting, to a party of the family they haven't met for years, decades. And what they did, they called the doctor to be ready that if any of the guests or the one who have come in get overexcited, then they might have a heart problem or they faint, that there is a doctor for them to support. Do we need to bring doctors in the enhancement center when we show the mother the physicality and the feature of the three souls which have the dimension of physicality in front of her? Would she be able to handle it? Or would she be able, or would she have a heart attack? Or do we elevate the soul of the mother to see the children first in the dimension of the soul that can accept them in the dimension of physicality? Either way is the same for me. One of the reasons I pushed for two-seater transmutation was this. For when we do, those who we know have two souls within them, and we call them schizophrenia, that when they manifest from one system to another, there is two seats for them and they can manifest themselves in the dimension of physicality. But would the mother and the father be able to accept the two children? Or would they come to terms with it when they tell them how they played game with them in the dimension of physicality? Mom, do you remember this? That was mine. Mom, remember that? That was the other one. And do you remember? And the mother knows all of it, but now knows who was the doer of it. This is what we are doing with you in the dimension of the singularity. We put you in the machine and allow the soul to expand for you to be able to manifest it in another dimension, in a world of schizophrenia, the physicality of the man, the dimension of both. We go for a break. We come back. and we take questions. But I hope today you understand more. And now you understand why we ask you to come in to the dimension of the transmutation. As many people as we can take to go through this process will give us a chance to complete more the whole structure of the soul of the created on this planet. Make your way to Lens and let us bring humanity to peace, first with itself and then towards the direction of the living on this planet. Rick, would you like to take us for a break and we'll come back and then we'll see?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And for today's break, we'll play the continuation of the gas and energy elevation of the soul video by the Plasma School Library of Australia. Our friend Lisa put it together. Very nice video. And that'll last for about 10 minutes for our break. This is the 445th Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday, August 11th, 2022. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Maybe financially, the new systems benefit you, but morally, it repairs the damage you have done in the past, your own generation, and the generations before and the ones to come. In the coming months, we'll introduce liquid production. In a way, very much like the diesel and the petrol you use in your cars. That while even you're using diesel and fuel for your cars, you're changing the planet for good. At the moment when you sit in the back of a car with the exhaust blowing, you smell the CO2 in the engine and the rest of the damage. Very soon, you want to be behind that car because the energy releases elevates the environment, the man and the soul of it. In a way, as I said, the time of refining is over. And then what happens? While you are driving in your little car, happy, using the technology, you're feeding the man on the street, both by the energies and by soul. At the moment, in our fuel tanks, we add additives to make it to run smooth. Using the new technology, we add additives to feed those who get the exhaust. How many of you had a cup with the orange and others? How many of you have been in the environment of enhancement units and you don't eat? Now you understand the implication of the new technology we brought. We use your own cycle of the knowledge to change the position of the humanity. But we cover it under the materials you feel comfortable. Now, having these gas units, having these energy units is a combination of what? When you have an enhancement power supply, energy 2 kW. When you have a gas unit in a house which runs, then you added the energy saving, which again saves on this one, which allows you to create a cycle. You're just again looking at that, but what I look for, you create an environment in your house, in your life, Ask yourself very soon, why is the shopping basket getting smaller and smaller? Why the fighting and discussion and aggravation in the house has changed to love and care? Why more birds and animals come to my garden? Why my environment and my neighborhood feels better? Because they're getting what we call the byproduct of life. You are happy with the paintings on the wall or additives to your paint. So when you're in the room to benefit with a new system, the whole environment around you has set to change. But the beauty of it is again much, much deeper if you understand it. And that is a simple process. Different enhancement systems creating different condition of the soul in different part of this planet will link up because you're using the same source space, and the magnetic field and the plasma condition link up very fast. Now you understand why I pushed for the 3,000 gas units for volunteers to take, and how we put it to say 3,000 nuts across this planet will do most of the damage of the CO2 on this planet very much, very rapidly. Creation of the dome of the peace comes with every animal to be there. You cannot go and feed every ant. You cannot go and reach every lion to feed the Ganses to make him calm or whatever, or to feed him that he doesn't need. This process does. When you elevate the soul of every man, will we create, in a simple word, the new child of the man of nature. The love of the Creator feeds every creation on this planet, and not just yours. Without you knowing, and in a future generation understand, the most significant part of the whole teaching of the Keshe Foundation in the past 17 years was the past 2 weeks. But the course of humanity, not just for saving himself, but others, will bring change in a new generation of the air our children will breathe will be air of peace. The air and the water they drink will bring them nourishment that they will not kill. The systems we put out is to compensate for what this planet from the beginning fell short. If you have the wealth, buy as many of these units and give it to your enemy. Plant it around the world, then bring the change. I want you for my enhancement unit. You receive it, change the course of your life. The blueprint has actually started today. If you remember in the Gans, the blueprint of the past 2 weeks is today. Now we show you how to put it together to bring that change and benefit to humanity. It's time for change, but this time the change comes for us to serving the others, and in the process we might be served. In this picture, when you breathe the air, as I taught before, air passes through the nose and at a point closest to the soul to elevate the soul. That's why we give you the breathing system. Breathing system is primarily for elevation of the soul. And the residue of what is matter state will go to the law as energy. Now, every one of us breathes that energy all the time. Can you imagine what the next generation of us will be? The elevation of this, elevating the soul of the totality of this planet, will elevate the totality of the universe. As it takes from it, there's more to it. And now you know why Mithra chose Earth. He has gas, he has water, and he has the elevation of the fields of itself to lock into the universal energy, to pass on, to change, to bring that peace. Mithra did not fall in love with Earth just for the beauty of it. She could see the implication of what it can do. A seed which brings the world and the universe to self-sustaining condition and peaceful universe. There is more purpose to the soul than just animal behavior. One day, this teaching of 444 become as the luckiest the Chinese believe in it. It's the luckiest teaching you have ever listened.
Okay, here we are back at the 445th Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday, August 11th, 2022, and we're into the second half of our show now. And generally, Mr. Keshe will accept questions. And I remind our attendees, you can put your virtual hands up, and then we can allow you to open the microphone. Is that how you'd like to proceed today, Mr. Keshe?
This how we done for 400 times.
Well, I always have to check. Things could be different. You never know. Well, we could start with some questions in the Q&A here. We have two questions from Danielle and one from Claudia from the Brazil team. From Danielle, did I understand correctly last time to be a volunteer for transmutation in the first trials, it still costs 2,000 euros? Is that correct?
Yes, you still have to register.
Okay.
This is running that center has expenses, tens of thousands a month. We move the system there. You're not paying the foundation, you're paying to cover the cost to be able to keep everything running there and be able to develop. And this is what it needs to cover the cost of the what we call the running that center. You see people when you come in, 3, 4, or 5 people there. Is the Austrian wages. The rent, the lighting, and everything else. The place has to pay for it. All the people who come as visitors, they don't pay anything, it's free. We get 20, 30, 40 people a week. They go through the center. The expenses have to be covered.
Absolutely makes sense. Okay, we have a second question from Danielle. It's regarding nano coding, and he goes on to say, someone was spreading fear recently in a German plasma channel, saying it's poisonous and extremely dangerous to touch a nano coating. Supposedly the particles go through the skin and with the blood into the brain. I do not believe it. It was never a topic like this, but many others, especially new people, were frightened in the group. Can you say something about this?
We always advise you not to touch the ganses and not to touch nanomaterial. Nanomaterial doesn't go into your blood and the rest. The one who bring the scares are the Belgians and the Peter files in Germany. We know who they are. Very, very, very. Anyone you see coming up with these scares, just go back on their IP and see where they end up. If they should have truly they want to be who they are. It came from the Belgians initially, and then the Germans picked on it. Is as I said, it's we don't go into that. We've been long enough with this week. We got rid of the Belgians and the Germans. We work with them. And now and then they pop their head out. We advise you not to touch nanomaterials because they get attached to their energy. They feed you with energy. And if it's dangerous, you look at all the products nowadays you buy in the market. It says nanoparticles, nano blah, blah, blah. If nanomaterial was something dangerous, why is that? Well, how come when it comes to the Keshe Foundation? These are a bunch of pedophiles and thieves who up to now could manage to scare some people away. But with the knowledge you understand, you go into any shop, you go into any pharmacy, you buy products which have nanoparticles in it. So how come when it comes to Keshe Foundation, it's wrong? They use people's innocence for this. We advise you not to do because of the energy transfer. And when you're in touch with a lot, you absorb too much energy. It's the same with the ganses. We always tell you don't digest the ganses, but use the Gans wood. And they're like the priests. They live off the ignorance of the knowledge of them. We advise don't touch from the beginning. Don't inject them because still the particle is known what it does. We have doctors who inject themselves with ganses. They know what they're doing. They have men of medicine who do a lot of things with us in the background with the medicine, medical. But the doctors, they take charge. They know how they inject themselves and everything. But we advise you not to do. Don't touch, don't drink. As I said yesterday, it's one of the greatest pleasure when we see things. As I said before, one of the leading doctors in cancer, head of a cancer hospital, having a cancer, would have died about 2.5 years ago with a very bad lung cancer. And he posted to us this week pictures from, I explained this in another teaching, I think yesterday with Rick. And this morning he posted something else to me, which was beautiful. It says, "Dear Mr. Keshe, I just woke up from a nap. And in fact, I have completely forgotten about the tumor in my life. And this physician is the head of the cancer hospital. And as I read yesterday's pleasure to read this. If you go to Rick's teaching, he sent me pictures of him and his daughters in the forest. And he says, today I'm taking my 2 daughters for a walk in the park. Thank you, dear Mr. Keshe. If it were not for you, they would not have me as a father today. I cherish my life now and love everything now." And 2 or 3 days before that, he sent us a picture. He is a 40-year cancer specialist, head of a major hospital, with him in playing basketball with a hospital basketball team. And you can imagine how much energy you need to be active with the young people in the hospital to play basketball. And He's proud to be himself, monitoring himself in the hospital where he would have died 2.5 years ago from the tumor, from the intensive lung cancer. And we advise people to do things if they are men of knowledge. All his colleagues are expecting him to die 2 years ago. He still have the tumor, but now tumor has become part of the structure. As he said, doesn't even think about it. You have to know what you do with the technology. You have to understand what you touch, where you touch, the way you use the material. He's one of the leading cancer specialists, head of a major hospital, cancer hospital. And with all the diagnoses he's had for years, he knew he will die. But the only thing was different with him, he was a knowledge seeker. And he knew, and he tried this on his patients over years in the hospital. And he knew it's the only way that he can survive it. And now he is, you should see the pictures of him in the forest with his daughters. It's not just talk. You see him in the actual full basketball outfit, playing on the field. If you do it the wrong way, you don't understand. But he did, and we have a full report, everything he's done for past months and months and months, how he injected, the way he injected, the way he sequenced of the things he did, the way he used the gases. We advised him what gases to make. He made the gases himself for himself. Nobody else made for him. In his office, in the hospital, he makes gases for himself. And he's a head of hospital. Cancer. But he knows how to use it. As I said yesterday in the teaching with Rick, the only people who lost in the world of medicine was the Europeans because of the lying, cheating king of Belgium. Chinese are using it extensively, and many places doctors are using the technology. They use fear. They took us to a fake court. It's finished. Since Sunday, we are free to teach, to touch, to help doctors, to help the others. The 5-year ban on us is over. But a lot of Europeans died because of it. A lot of nations, European nations and the others, paid for it, for the lies and cheating of the Belgians. But Chinese leading doctors use it. South Americans, Africans, doctors and scientists use it. As I said, you are like the pheasants you put head in. You didn't see your backside is up. The king of Belgium got you. How many of you have lost your loved ones in past 5 years? We couldn't teach, we couldn't expand the knowledge of medicine, and we have expanded heavily. The only thing we didn't know was that biggest agent of the Belgium was in bed with us. And one of the biggest pedophiles in the world, the whole family, all prison sentences. And we didn't know they were working together to literally scaffold the technology down, living a schizophrenic life, being a loving wife, and working another as biggest pedophiles in the world. With prison sentences, long term, 6-7 years. And the whole family. And you paid in turn as knowledge seekers for the fake documents. Don't touch it, because you don't know what you touch, in what level you absorb energy. And how you absorb the energy. Don't be scared. Do not be scared at all. But don't touch till you know how much energy you absorb. It's like ganses. We give you the dosage of ganses. We don't come and measure your ganses. We tell you 50% of this, 70% of that does this, does that. Then you understand not to be scared. If leading scientists, doctors are using it and seeing the success with it, how can it be dangerous? Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Okay, question from Claudia from Brazil. Hi, Mr. Keshe. Thank you for the opportunity to go through the flight unit. My question is, when I had my children during childbirth, it was one of the greatest sensations of love I've had in my life. And we know that the woman at that moment has high levels of hormones such as progesterone, cortisol, oxytocin, and then inside the room of the flight unit, I had a similar emotion. I would like to know if inside the flight unit, these hormones are also increased, or are they just connections of our emotions with the love of the Creator? If you could tell me a little more about the possible physical changes, I would appreciate it.
It's mainly increase. In a way, it's not an increase, it's the expansion of the energy of the soul, where the soul of the man carries the spectrum of the energies. And hormones are energies. And when, as always said in all the teaching, when the soul of the man expands, it crosses every cell of the body of the man to get outside. You know, when you go through a tunnel from one side to another, you pass every stone which has made that mountain. You cross it, you cross the energy. This is the same. So in that process, a spectrum of energies cross to reach the outside, where what we created there, what we call the fields in the system. And in that process, some of these fields are the strength of the hormones. Others, and the hormones are, in a way, emotion connected. That's why we call them hormones. I explain them as a harmonic of the more emotion with physicality. In a way, if you call a hormone, in what we call the structure where connects the emotion to the emotion energy of a cell. In the physicality, we call it schizophrenic. Oh, sorry, we call it psychosomatic. In the structure of inside the body of the man, in the energy transfer, we call it the hormones. And the soul has the spectral energies, which some of it are in that level. If happen to touch, you feel you have that emotion, you touch the work of that hormones as it goes through. And yes, you feel it. When we used to do the tests in before this stupid cases which were brought all lies and cheats by the Belgians, when the people used to use the system of the Keshe Foundation, which we used to build. By the way, we have a certificate from homeopathy of the Belgium to make the systems. Our license is still valid. What we call, we used to tell, for example, to the women who went through menopause when 10 years, 20 years down the line in the 60s, 70s, we used to always warn them that because those days we couldn't explain to the depth that we can explain today, that be careful that a lot of them used to get their menstruation cycle back. You only get menstruation cycle if you touch the hormones. So it was obvious from the beginning, the energy produced through the plasma technology touches in the spectrum of the field, the hormones. Because originally, a couple of ladies in Holland in the 60s and 70s, which they started using the system, they came back and said, Mr. Keshe, we've got a problem. Since we started using this, our menstruation become regular. We lost it 20 years ago down the line. I went through my menopause, what's happening? And then we start looking at the structure. That plasma technology, as hormones are plasmatic. So we were creating hormones that are we are creating fields at the strength of the hormones. And this became very clear that the plasma technology reaches the condition of the plasma of the hormones, and many women, and it became very regular. And then we always had, when the couples came to us in their 60s and 70s, we always told them, be careful, as a grandma, you don't become a papa. Or a grandfather, you don't become a papa, because now the extension of the survival of life has extended with the new technology. We know this does for decades now. That the plasma technology, the field works with the hormone, which is a field-based structure, as what it is. So yes, when you go through the system, that sits there. If you've gone through the system and you're in menopause, be careful. You could become a mama very quick without you knowing. And then we will see this coming up. All the people in their 60s, 70s, you've been through 50s, you've been through the cycle of the Keshe Foundation flight system, your body has tuned itself to perfection when you were young. And 90% of you, if you go through the system the right way, can regenerate to what we call premenopause. Even with a man, it's the same. It's a part of the property of the elevation of the soul. We don't who we are. Systems are not medical system. Our systems are there to enhance the energy of the body of the man. But in that way, you enhance the soul and the soul expansion. Well, when you say, oh, I went to the moon or I went to see the mama, so the soul has expanded beyond, that is done the job. So in that process passes every organ of the life of the man. If you came to the enhancement unit, test the first 3 chairs, everybody talked about this. When they get to the second chair, they're always telling it they could not feel anything above their hip hop. It was like in a field. In the first chair, we prepared you for the dimension of physicality to become solar physicality. And then in the second chair, which was the solar physicality, 80% of the people who went through were talking about that they could see the legs, but above it, they couldn't feel. These are the dimension These are the organs like stomach and the rest, which are dynamic. Your legs are not dynamic. And then when you go to the third system, you say they could feel the expansion of the fields and they could feel the fields. Now we put all the three in one. And then when you talk about the second chair, going through you to the legs, so you have already interacted with the sexual organs, the ovaries, the testicles. How many of men who've been through, had a prostate problem, they tell us they have not much that problem anymore. It's easier. Because the expansion of the soul satisfies the what we call the problem you had with your child psychologically, which created the cancer. And secondly, the interaction with the cells and the hormones. This process we understood long time ago, before 2008, 2009. And now we see it. Many women who cannot bear a child, most probably in the near future, by going through the resetting of the soul and the structure, you don't need to go through all the other conditions you create to get pregnant. Because your soul, in elevating, in enhancing the soul of the man, will sort all that for itself. It's not our job. We are not the medical people. What the structure is, by expansion of the soul, is like, it's very much, if you look at it, you know, you've got the microwave machines and you put the material in to disinfect, the energy goes through them. It's the same thing, but this time that energy is your soul. It elevates. And it would be nice to see, because we see in a lot of things. One of our knowledge seekers' mother was with us the last couple of weeks ago. He came in a wheeler pusher and she couldn't move. And then when she went to the system and she came out and she says, I can move freely. We've seen that many times with a lot of people. We are not there as a health unit. We are not. We just, by elevating the soul, enhancing the energy of the body of the man, the body puts itself in order. And some of this expansion of the soul is at the strength of the hormones and does create a lot of things. A lot of people I have watched in past weeks, they cry in tears, but they actually don't feel the tear on their face physically, but they see the tears, but they collect it. I give tissues. Sometimes I go outside and bring a napkins for them, because they were not expecting that condition, where the emotion, the expansion of the soul touches the emotion of the physicality, where the tear comes from joy. We see all these things. We don't report it because it's something we know, we add and we extend. How many of you have been through the system which you cried? Some of them cry. We have to tell them, can you please, you're disturbing the others in them. But they are not aware of the tears which comes from them, and they feel it, but they are not in dimension of the physicalities and dimension of soul, but the physical body creates that emotion. Is an experience going through the enhancement unit. And how you see it, how it evolves. Yes, some of the energies are at the strength. Is your soul. Is your soul who created those hormones in the dimension of physical life. So of course you touch it. It's very interesting to see what comes up in a very near future with expansion of the soul, and as more and more of us learn how to live with it and expand it and make a beautiful life out of it. Any other
Question from you in the live stream. How will the goal of one nation, one planet come into play with this new technology that allows the transportation and transmutation of the soul and physicality?
No borders. We can't track people anymore. No banking system, because we'll meet most of our needs. No restriction on governments to be abusive against their citizens. You don't like to live in this map condition, you move to another within seconds. No persecution, because in putting you in prison to persecute you, you can move your body from the cell. There's a lot of things with it. One planet, one nation, one race. You choose the place and the space you want to live, where and what time and where to be. There is no need for visas and all the things we create. We are better, you coming to us. Why the nations have created this visa business and passport business and restriction? Because we've stolen from you for long enough. Now we want to keep it. You can't have it. That's all it is. And the rest has to follow, because if you want to go with the thieves, they asked us to make you something, we give you a passport. Look at the whole visa situation and passport situation in reality in the back. There is no abuse. You'll be in Rome, Paris, in Tehran, or in Africa, or whatever, because they can't abuse you, because you can move on. Would there be refugees? Ends all these things. All these things will become in the history book of them. Very soon. Very, very soon. The biggest problem will be the officials who think they can lose control. With this gas enhancement units, which we put in the market now, you buy it, we try to make it them what they call car conversion of it, put it in the back of your car. Nobody can tell you how much you can drive. You don't have to have a fear if you have the money to drive the car. If you're paying €50 a week for the fuel, which most of the people do to go to work or shop or whatever, that's $2,500 you don't pay anymore. That's half of it taxes to the government, which you don't pay, which you have to cover. But the other half does not go to Saudi Arabia. We see the richest monarch, the most abusing nation of their own nationals. As I said to the people we were in this morning, you signed a contract for hundreds of billions to get the supply, and now you don't need. What are you going to do with that 400 billion? It will come to our governments, these things very soon. We need to be governed by one work. And sooner or later, we set the scene, we imply and apply the scene that it goes through the Universal Council. You will see in a matter of handful of years, Universal Council will be one of the leading positions even within the United Nations. In a structure, one nation, one planet, one race, is I'm a citizen of the planet Earth. That's all it is. Then which part where you come from? I come from the green part called Europe. I come from the desert part called Africa, the north part of the. I come from the forest side is called Brazil. We don't call ourselves, I'm a Brazilian, Chinese or whatever. They don't know you. They just see a feature of the soul of the man created on planet Earth. As I explained to you, one of the knowledge is when you travel the depth of the universe, the soul of the those who come from Earth is very distinct. They know this soul, it comes from Earth. It's like you Chinese going into Paris and trying to speak French or English. They're still Chinese because we see that feature. Soul of the man in space has a feature which is the feature of the strength of the souls from this planet. The good thing with Keshe Foundation is that we are not theoretical. We're delivering, and knowledge, science, technology, politics all comes together. Are there any questions? Any other question? Be proud you're born in this time and place, that you can see this transition. My great-grandmother used to say, I've seen how your great-grandfather used to go with camels from Afghanistan to Palestine and come back once a year. I've seen how we went to the cars and the bus and the planes and whatever it is. In my little eye, I've seen big changes. And with your little eyes and your soul, from now on, you see bigger changes in a very short time than our parents or forefathers seen in centuries. Because you're doing it for yourself, and there's not somebody else to do it. That you don't need to learn how to become a pilot or have a car to drive or go to the airport to take a flight. All that now, you're responsible, you're captain of your soul. And you decide, I put my soul into abuse. Any other question?
We had a question from Antonio, whether when you speak of transmutation, is this the same as teleportation?
No. In the soul dimension, we don't have telephone and to teleport. And we have no television. Transmutation is where you transfer energies. In a dimension of life, in a dimension of existence, in a Gans dimension, the strength of the soul is strength.
Okay. Okay, Antonio, who asked that question, has a hand up here. So let's see if he can be more specific or has another question. Hello, Antonio. You say where you're from as well?
Antonio from
sorry, you need
two
to
systems
turn
on. One of
turn
the
your
systems down.
Yeah, turn the speakers down, I think.
There's two systems used.
I think we need a translator, perhaps.
No, it's from New Zealand.
Oh, okay.
We know, Antonio.
Sorry.
Yes, carry on.
Australia.
Yeah. From Australia. You have two systems on.
Yeah, turn your speakers right down. If you have any speakers, that doesn't work. You should have headphones rather.
Is that better?
Yes.
What's what I've done here? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Yes, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I think I have.
You have two systems on. Mute one of your systems totally. You have to mute one of your system into most probably he's got a telephone and a laptop.
think he might have to. I think he is changing his microphone or something. Let me allow him to talk again.
Is that better?
Yep.
Yeah.
We hope.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Antonio from Australia. Good morning, Mr. Keshe, and thanks, Rick. Just with the gas enhancement unit and its uses in farming, and I'm trying to get my head around it. It's just a gas released in the air, or can we put it through the fertigation or a foliar spray? Is that also
Explain exactly what you mean.
the gas?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand if that can be used. Like, is it just released in the air, and that's how they do it in the glass houses?
Yes.
Okay, so they don't use it as a foliar, like adding it to the, say, water.
No. We got away with that. That was one of the biggest problems we had with farming,
Right.
watering with it. Now you keep it at the level that it can be done, and you don't need to switch it up continuously. Is there, the winds will take it, the gas will expand itself.
So the unit, do I place it, say, on my farm? I place it in the middle of the property?
Yes, you can do. And depends which way is the direction of the wind. The things will blow better on that down the wind, as they call it. But no,
okay.
in principle, no. In principle, you can use it right across the farming. It replaces. We're doing a farming test here in Austria, and we've done a number of farming tests. For the big agricultural site, it's very difficult to keep. Now with this technology, it becomes much easier.
Yeah.
And you can change direction and what I mean, the strength for different harvests as you change every year.
Yeah. Okay. So the wife has just arrived. I'm just trying to understand with the also with the donation a while ago for 2,000. What was that for, Mr. Keshe? Was that for the gas unit? No.
We stopped that one. Now is there? No, it was for. So we were trying to spread the gas systems right across. Yeah. And now it has become a product which people are buying. It's easier. The application of the gas, let me explain to you, the application of the gas unit is huge. The implications of it will be devastating for some nations once it's implemented. You got to realize governments don't need to import fuel anymore. Nations, African nations who energy has been the biggest problem, don't have that problem anymore. We should not see the shortage of electricity anywhere in the world, because you can produce a gas, you burn it, you run a small turbine, you have the power generation.
Yeah. I'm just thinking that I sent 2,000. Now with it online, it's more than 2,000. It's 5,000.
5,000. Yes.
So what do I do now? Do I have to send another 3,000?
No, what we committed ourselves to before that date will stay the same.
Okay, well, I'll give a bit extra anyway, so all right.
No problem. It'll be stay away. You already had one of the systems which we sent you with a lot of problem. I hope we don't get the same problem with this one.
Yeah.
But it's the units for the plasma energy units which is sold is already getting completed in the factory in Tehran. The main structures for them has been built, is ready to be completed. And So in what we call September, October, we will start shipping out those who have booked with it. You will see in the coming cycle all the paint pens and paint pads, and many of the products will come out of Iran. And the enhancement units will be part of that system. And energy gas units will come out of what they call Iran and Austria, and will soon announce a new development in that part. Then we should be in a much easier point to, what do you call it, to distribute and expand the work.
Good. Yes, I've talked to some people that have tomatoes and glass houses today, and mentioned about the CO2 gas units, enhancement unit. So that would be interesting because,
so they don't need to keep on buying gas to burn to create the CO2 for their tomatoes, which is tradition.
But also the heating system that the power generator standalone unit.
Yeah.
That 2 kilowatt unit wouldn't be enough for the big glass house growers. They would have to.
Hey, no. Let's talk about different way. When you use a CO2 gas with our system, you should not have a problem with the frost and that kind of thing.
So the temperature is consistent? Is that what you're saying?
The environment takes what it needs from it.
Oh, okay, right.
It's something we noticed a long time ago, and will be part of that. You still need the heating if you want to do. We have a 10 kilowatt generator, which is there now. We put a 10 kilowatt and a 2 kilowatt. Yeah. And soon we can offer up to 1 megawatt power generators, because we go on the back of the gas production turbine system. That's totally different. We will offer very soon 100 kilowatts and 1 megawatt power stations, gas power, what we call plasma power stations. Yep. I'm doing some work on the background to see what the competition takes, but our prices is as usual 3-4 times more than the national prices or international prices, because with our system you don't buy any gas to burn. You understand? Yeah. That's already saved. So we had it, we took it off, we put it back in very soon. We will sell 100 kilowatts and 1 megawatt power stations to be done.
The CO2 gas, or the gas unit,
yeah.
Is there a dial that you switch the dial and it's methane, and you switch it to hydrogen? Or
no, it's different structure.
Okay. Okay, all right.
You cannot change one to another. No.
Okay. I thought it might be as easy as switching a switch, you know?
No.
Okay. All right.
There is structure that produce different.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. That's answered my question. Cheers.
Thank you. Right. Any other questions? I encourage you, please book as much as you can. We wanted 30, 50. Now we're going to as many as we can for the transmutation. And we try to send you back in very near future when you're here, as I said before. And still book a two-way ticket, but you might get a refund on the back you didn't use. We already, the knowledge is there, the technology is there, we have built the system. It's just the next couple of months, it'll be that way. We try. as I said, if you went to see the mother and the grandfather or whatever died years ago, you went to the moon, we managed to send your soul. Now we just got to, what do you call it, package it that we can send the body with the soul at the same time. So it's not that hard. Any other question?
Okay, again from Brazil through Cristiano. This is from Josafa. Mr. Keshe, thank you for being there and for having such a wonderful team inside the exhibition center. Dr. Klaus and Dim, who were there, who were the first to greet us after the experience, were like carrying older brothers with a baby. First question, Mr. Keshe, when I reached an expansion point in the unit, something incomprehensible happened. It was like a panoramic view and double positioning, but there was a loss of the space-time dimension, and all that became out of body emotions. Were those emotions always there? Was I born with this complexity? Or was it just created and achieved in that moment? It was like a double positioning, and there was an awareness in both.
This must be from the two Brazilians who came. We especially opened the system for them last Tuesday. It's always there. It's by the expansion of the soul, it's always there. It's just we were not aware of it. I heard that they enjoyed their trip. I hope they enjoyed the flight. They had a wonderful experience with the system. If they would have come a couple of months later, we would have sent them back to Brazil without the plane. We experience these things all the time, but we put it on something happened or accident. Now we know we are in charge of it. We can create it as random and as we want. Any other question?
Okay, a second question from Josefa. When I became aware that the connection between people was the source of the process, that's when the whole process happened and we noticed the heartbeat. Could you explain about that? Is this a psychosomatic perception, or are the positioning of the chairs compositions that make each entity present a connection of the system?
I don't understand. Can you repeat that?
Okay. He says, when I became aware that the connection between people was the source of the process, that's when the whole process happened and we noticed the heartbeat. Could you explain about that? Is this
yes, it's emotion. It's a psychosomatic. You feel that emotion, suddenly it's there, and your physicality reacts to it, yes. It's a psychosomatic. We are not expecting this. We hear from a lot of people who go through the system. It's the excitement. It's what I call awareness of unknown. We become aware of something which we're not expecting, and now it's in front of us. We are part of it.
Okay. Dan had a question in the YouTube. regarding that, you said it's normal to pay taxes for privileges. And so and so he's saying, isn't it the same now even with the plasma technology? We'll have to pay for privileges, he says,
It's
or
not
do
a
we all move
privilege.
to
It's for
Africa?
no. It's not privileges. You having a tarmac road is a privilege or a right. Having a light on the street is it a privilege or a right? Having a fire brigade to be there is it a privilege or a right? It's the right for having all of them. But to have them, you have to pay for them to have that privilege. So when you come and you are a skilled worker and you go to the government and says, I'll build the streets, I help to build the streets, you provide the machinery, you don't pay me anything because I have everything, then the government won't charge the others because you do it free and everybody does the same. You expect to be paid for what you do, but you don't expect for other people to get paid to create that condition for you to be able to do. I had a beautiful principle in my business life. People who work for me, they can tell you before I started Keshe Foundation. A percentage of my annual profit of the companies was given as a bonus equal to all my staff. If you're a director, you got £500. If you're a cleaner, you got a £500. If you were a doorman, you got a £500. What they got as a bonus or whatever increased salary didn't count. It's if you work for one of my companies before I moved into Keshe Foundation, I calculated, let's say this year we made so much, divided equally amongst all the workers, from the doorman to the cleaner who used to come to the company, from the CEO and everybody else. They all got, let's say, 500. The doorman and things are very happy because 500 was like half of the say equal one month's salary. For the CEO and the rest was a big problem. How come we get the same as they do? I said, this shows he works the same as you. If he's not there to clean your office, you'll be sitting in a heap of it. Nobody will come to your office. And if you don't work, he doesn't have a job. So when it comes to this level, you're all equal to me. It was very hard for the top people to accept. They had to always get more to show that important. But this equal distribution of the what you call bonuses was always a pain in my back, but I always said, and my staff on the lower level loved it. The ones on the top were always unhappy. But is it a privilege or is it a right? It's a privilege for you to have the cleaner to be in your office to clean the office that you can show you're the boss. Without him, get the broom, wash the toilet and everything else, and the passage. And the doorman, if he's not there, you try to get open the gates with everybody else in. So we have to understand what is the privilege and what is the right. Having a tarmac street with the lights is a privilege. For that privilege, you pay for people to do it for you. It's not your right. Africans live without it. When I went to Russia and to Russian satellite countries and Eastern Bloc, just in early 1990s in business, we were shocked. It was cultural shock. We are used to in England and in Europe, at night we go out, the streets are lit. No. not in Kazakhstan, not in Romania, not in Bulgaristan, not in Moscow, not in Uzbekistan. Nighttime, some streets might have had lights. You could see people, hundreds, thousands of them walking on the pavement at night, still shopping, everything else. Having a street light is not a right, it's a privilege you have because you stole from the others to be able to have it. So when we give these systems, you have even the gas system, you still have to pay taxes because you're still using that road to go somewhere. You still need the policeman. If we have no more criminals, the police won't exist either anyway, but everything else for you to go to the hospital, to go to anywhere you go. The lighting, the streets to be all perfect, to be clean. We haven't built a city cleaning system itself yet. When we do that, you don't have to pay, then it becomes a right. That time is a privilege, somebody has to do it, unless you do it. So when you speak about the governments, you have no rights. Why they charge? Because you use the privileges they give you. There are abuses, definitely. But people who talk about is, you say you have to pay. Yes, you have to pay. We make the gas free for you, we make electricity free for you, food free for you, and you can use the energies of the universe and the rest of it. But do you go shopping? Do you go walking on the street? Have you ever walked in Africa with no tarmac? And when it rains, it takes you 1 hour to do 10 kilometers. Here you do 140, 150 kilometers an hour, and you think you're right to go down the motorway. Get your facts divided. You've been privileged too much in the West by stealing from the others for centuries. Now you think it's become your right. This time, if you want the right to be privileged, you still buy the systems, you still pay for it. And you have to pay your people to do the things for you. You have stolen so much in the West for centuries that you see that you're right to do it and you're right to have the privilege of the light, street lit, clean, and everything else. Any other question?
Let me see here.
This is not let me explain something. This is not a culture of the West. It's a culture of everyone. I hope very soon, not only will get announced by the Keshe Foundation, but they've been announced by the government. We started discussion. The Keshe Foundation gas production units, we will sign agreements very soon with one of the world major governments as a privilege for that government to have the rights to energy for its citizens. And I hope this will be done in the next few days or couple of weeks. And we announce and release it. Keshe Foundation will sign contractual understanding and agreements with one of the world leading nations for the production of gas. Now the governments realize what they're going to be with them, but we already have agreements coming up with 2 other nations. And the thing is, as I always said to them, not having and buying gas, is it your right or your privilege we give you to be able to serve your citizens? You will hear about it. We are not just sitting here waiting for you to buy 1 unit. hopefully in the next few months, you will see the gas production unit massively. This is my aim to do in one of the world leading nations. And we're waiting for them to draft up. As I said to them, they said draft up a agreement. I said, no, you draft it up because it's your nation's going to use it. Our knowledge seekers been in that negotiations are with us on the panel today. We have 2 or 3 knowledge seekers here who've been in 2 or 3 negotiations with us. The gas production unit is not just for one unit which you see if I buy. We will deliver it to the governments, and as a joint venture with the governments very soon, next few weeks and months, we start mass production financed by the world nations which need the gas for their use. As I said, Keshe Foundation selling a pad and a pen and other ones trying to copy and obscurity is finished. Government need gas, government need to support the gas, and we announce it. As we sign agreements, we remember as we gave the keys and we announced it, as we sign agreements with the governments on the different governments for the gas units and the energy units, we'll announce it from next week or 2. We have become a player in the world of energy with governments, and they appreciate and understand what it is. We play hard to get because otherwise the habit is the guy is stupid, they don't understand. We understand, but what we get is for the foundation. And I'm sure in the next couple of weeks, we'll announce the first agreements with 2 or 3 of the world leading nations in investing in the gas production units for the nation, car use. And it's thanks to you knowledge seekers who are setting everything up in the background, doing all the hard work. We are too busy to be in production for a bigger scale. So we share that it becomes more beneficial to more people fast. And we start collaboration with governments and big corporations with private. And I said, once we start announcing major governments signing agreements with Keshe Foundation with energy, the others will follow very rapidly. We try to get this done as fast as possible in the next week or so, and then we will see how what follows on. Because it'll be announced by the governments, not by the Keshe Foundation. Any other questions?
I think that partially answers the question from Nikolai in the Q&A here, who says, thank you for the wonderful teaching from today, and asks, what are you most excited about in this coming phase of the development of the knowledge of the universe?
Transportation, transmutation, but at the same time, the energy and the gas and the food. We have seen the games played even in the food section, how people try to use the Ukraine condition for boosting up, hyping up the energy. We've seen past week dropping. We've seen how they were in such a hurry to export food out of Ukraine, and the boat is still hanging in the ocean. Nobody wants it. Because the Russians are pushing it in the background. We allow you to ship it, but we don't allow you to sell it. Because most of these nations need us, and if they need us, they don't buy it. They just wanted to show to Ukrainian, don't get either way. And this comes when we start getting into, you got to understand very simply. Now when we offer this technology, the gas production to a nation, they become an energy producer. They don't need to bring anymore. And that is a massive saving for a nation. As I said, if you get China opening one coal power generator a week, which they did for years. They opened one power station every week, coal-based. Now we've seen all of it. They're trying to close the coals, but it can touch the economy. But they import some of their coals from Australia, which keeps them on the limbo. They import the gases and the others from the other places. It keeps them in the limbo. And this will change the structure of the economy of a lot of nations. Selling gas and selling oil, now everybody has an oil well or a gas well in the back of the car. And this is the pattern of our work. And so we become a gas oil corporation work. And as I said to all of them, we want 50% of the income. And they say, Mr. Keshe, you're greedy. How come? I said, I want an upfront, and I want a share of the profit, and I want a user payment, which is like Microsoft, as I explained to all of to three of them up to now. You buy a software from Microsoft, well, the license you pay monthly. So it's the same. You buy a technology of Keshe Foundation, you put it in the back of the car, you don't pay the fuel cost anymore, but I want so much per year for using my technology. This is my right. And then this finances the one nation, one planet, that we can provide facilities for those who can't pay. We can create more knowledge and technology. Now in negotiations with parties now talking to us in the governmental level, I'm not a naive guy. Don't forget, I've been in international business. I know exactly what I can ask and how I can push. You want my gas system. You're investing billions in other countries to ensure guarantee supply. Now you don't need to. It's your home. It's at your base. You produce so much electricity with it. You charge people for the electricity you produce. I want a share of it. Belongs to the Keshe Foundation. You produce my units to put in people's home, in the car, no problem. You make $100 profit, 50 is mine. Now they don't care where you buy your television from, but the government sends you a bill for using television. You have to pay. I want that too, part of it. Because you're not paying any more gas bills, you don't pay any more fuel bill. I have set the basic structure of the one nation, one planet, one race. And it's coming up. But we tried it with the pads, we tried it with the pens. Now, this is a government. I worked in this level for 20 years. I know exactly where to push the net. And you will see it. The way I put the key out started with the African nation of Sierra Leone. The ambassador announced, I accept the key because my nation wants to have a difference. And I got the American president to beg for it. 8 months later, after he was re-elected, you see what will happen with the energy unit. You look at, there's a gas unit. Gas unit means trillions for the governments. Leading governments are running a problem with it. I signed the first contract, first understanding with one of the leading world nations that the technology is needed. The rest will run like a rabbit to get it. And he's got to pay for it because it's not a privilege and a right. It's obligation to bring in balance. You watch. In the next few days, next few weeks, we announce one by one which nations are signing contract with the Keshe Foundation for the energy supply and the gas supply. And all of it goes to the foundation. I came with nothing, I'll go back with nothing, but I changed this planet. with science, technology, and understanding it. Watch the space, who we announce have signed agreements for the energy supplies. In the next few days, you'll hear one by one in a couple of weeks. Any other?
Maybe watch this spaceship.
Watch the space.
That'll be the new saying. Watch this spaceship.
But it's a fact. It's the way it is. We played. We learned. We got the knowledge skills to understand. Now we share in a very big way. And this is what is our right to do. We develop the technologies, Keshe Foundation is our right to see our wishes becomes reality for our followers. Don't expect anything from the Keshe Foundation free. The frisbee is all gone, but if you need it, you get it free.
And also, Mr. Keshe, I think it's true that once we have the flight technology and other plasma technologies fully implemented, there'll be economies of scale that we can't even comprehend right now in terms of, well, for example, you mentioned roads, and that is a big part of taxes go to pay for roads. But if we have the flight system and we don't need roads anymore, then perhaps we'll just have pathways for people to walk, and it'll be a lot less wear and tear on that infrastructure, and we'll have less taxes.
What
and
are you going to do with the energy you absorb for the food? You're going to burn it, huh? You still got to do it. We still go walking the street, we still jog, and we do everything else.
Yep, we still like to take a ride on the donkey once in a while, instead of having all the other options. So I guess
Any
we'll
other
still
question?
roads. We have a hand up here with Nicola. And
Hello.
if they could go ahead.
Hey, this is Nicola. Hey again from yesterday. I'm from Serbia. I'm very much interested in transmutation. To me, that's the ultimate step. Like all those spaceships, it's very obsolete. So how would one focus on training oneself to do it by yourself, to be able to transmutate without additional training wheels? I'm sure there's ways to use training wheels to get there, but how would you aim towards being able to do it just by yourself with your soul? And are we able to, if we were to use the current transmutation unit, would that help us along the way? Or is a transmutation unit needs to be different in order to provide the training service?
This is not the first time done. Many people can do it. Man has a lot of abilities which he has denied it to himself by time, but it still is in our DNA. You can extend your soul and you can transmute. But sometimes you need a hand, and sometimes you need to be trained. And our process is giving a hand and training. And those who can do it themselves, they can. A lot of people claim they do, they have done, and a lot of people actually do it. I see a few knowledge seekers now, there's become fashionable claiming it. But I see some knowledge seekers who actually do it, and they can achieve it in a very different way. But it's not something that you need a system for it. And one of the ways to do it is the mobile system, which we can reach to teach in a very fast way. So it's not exclusivity, but in a way, there are plenty of cars outside on the street. You have to learn how to drive before you can get in them. That's all it is.
If I may ask a follow-up question, would you have any specific advice for training to drive that vehicle of transmutation for yourself?
I taught it, I remember, with Fabio sitting in front of me in Valletta. And he was laughing, and I was laughing. And he was going, they don't understand. They don't understand. He was shaking his hand in the air. They don't understand. And he understood what I was talking about. So if you go back to the past teachings, it's in there. I already taught it. But you are too greedy for other things you didn't see. It's in the teaching. If you go to all the teachings in Trani and Valletta, you see it in there. Because I remember Fabio understood it in one of the teachings. Because don't forget, Fabio translated the books into Italian. So he knew all the writings and he knew what is where. And he was a cameraman and a sound man in Valletta and in Trani. So he was in all the teachings when I was teaching, but because he didn't have to learn, he wasn't there as a student, he was there as a listener, but he could think because he read the books. He found out and he says, they don't understand. He was saying, I thought they will never understand till you give it to them in a cup. He can do it, it's in the teaching.
Would you be kind enough to point to which specific teachings?
I don't remember what I had for breakfast. Lots of research, but it's in the teaching. 2 or 3 times it's been taught, not just once. It was taught clearly. One of the teaching was with Dr. Elia Costello. In one of the main teachings. And it's in one of the medical teachings with Elia Costello, when we spoke about the emotion. Any other question?
Thank you.
Stefania mentions in the chat that the Mojang, originally we didn't have any machine. We didn't use any machine, but we were trained. Just looking for other questions. There was Filippo in the YouTube was asking, can you expand on plasma vacuum?
There is nowhere in the universe where there are no fields. But the methods to extract certain strength fields from that soup is there's a specific way. It's like literally looking at the plasma of the universe as an egg. It contains the yolk and the white. You can extract the yellow from it, but you cannot destroy the shell. You can extract the white from it and leave the yellow and the shell. In a way, we always have that cocoon of field. To create a plasma or vacuum, you have to decide which strength you want it not to be there, and understand, as I say, do with the vacuum job on it, how to bend the fields from getting to there. It's a very simple knowledge, and it's something you can do very easily. So let's say from 1 to 10, you don't want a 3 there to be. You cannot take the 3 out, but you can divert the 3 from certain positions. In the world of plasma, you cannot destroy. You accommodate. And this is what the job is. You create minimum amount of a given field to reach in a specific area which you need. In a vacuum machine of today, we don't reach taking all the atoms out. We decide we go -2, -3, -4, how much we allow to stay in and which strength to stay in. When we create vacuum in vacuum machines of today, we decide how many particles is still allowed there because we cannot reach them. Total vacuum doesn't exist, especially in the world of plasma. It's a possibility if you understand the knowledge of creation. Absolutely possible. It's like when you build a dam, you put a diversion to get the water away till you build the dam, and then you put it back in again. It's the same game. You have to create a dam, you divert the field you need, and then at the same time, you still have to let it go. You can't block all the water. You still have a seeping water going through as other water in the back of the dam you want to build comes in. It's the same process. It's just having the knowledge how to do it. One of the biggest problems we have in the world of science, again, comes from some of our past scientists' lack of knowledge, that you cannot bend the magnetic fields in some cases. Or they say, you know, you don't see it, only the stars can bend the magnetic fields or whatever. I can bend the magnetic field with a two-penny coin. You can target magnetic fields by bringing them to position. So you have to let the dogma of the past go away and look at the new science, and then you see it very easily. You can do it. You can divert it, and that what is diverted, you create a vacuum. I said to one of our knowledge seekers very recently in our research, all you knowledge seeker work on the entry and exit of the fields, clockwise and anti-clockwise. And by God, so many of you are so far wrong. We have one knowledge seeker in China who's just trying to hit at it to find out. He's there, but he cannot see it. But Xiaojin in China he works in a beautiful way with the fields, and I'm trying to explain to him. I love the way the guy works. And he starts seeing where all of you have made mistakes in even your maggraph systems in setting it up. Xiaojin is the first person who has actually moved into that bracket of understanding. And I love the way he works, the way he understands the technology. All the things you've done is upside down, but you're happy, and I don't interfere, because from all the accidental mistakes of the universe, man is created, so man is not even an accident. So that's what these mistakes mean. But working through the principle of the science, plasma, Shaojin is the only one who has started understanding where everything is gone wrong. Any other?
Okay, there was a question earlier from Cristiano in the Q&A. Says, good morning, Mr. Keshe. Good morning to all present. I remember you speaking in a teaching that you created a specific condition that allows you to carry many souls. Can we say that these souls are present all the time with you? And when you wish to communicate with them, they manifest instantly in their physicality? Or can we say, trust another pilot to take control of the spaceship physicality? Could you talk about the relationship? Oh, a separate question, I guess. Can you talk about the relationship of the extra cavity that you possess and its relationship to soul feeding?
I think what we talk about collection of souls is not you don't imprison, you cannot capture souls. It's the cause you have a contact with, where you're connected to. You start there. And this collection of souls, I think today's teaching in the gas section, I explained. When we say we give a captain, captain has a direction and a soul and a decision. When I put a soul of many within the gaseous condition of one envelope, I don't need the emotion of the captain to be. The package arrives and delivers the packages which are there for it, if you understand what it means. What it exactly means is with giving freedom or trusting the soul of many to a captain to deliver, the emotion and existence of that captain can interact. When we come to the gas level, if you understand it, if I can embed all these souls in here, I transmute one. This is the reason we brought the gas production. In a way, we look what's inside the gas as a plasma, not what it does for you burning. In the future, it will become much clearer, as you understand. It's like, you go to party shops and you buy a big balloon with a lot of balloons inside it. This is the gas units we're trying to let you understand will be. Is the envelope you're looking for. You're looking for how much does it matter? Because that gas balloon in the dimension of the energy, this can be faster transmutation than trying to get too many, each one going to a place. It's in a way, plasma technology, what you call in a gas plasma as a gas, is the key to transmutation of the souls of the future. And then I explain. Because very simply is you have a CO2, let's say gas, you call it, or you got the hydrogen, or you got the helium, or whatever. In a hydrogen, I can transport the soul of the man from Earth because it fits. From the plasma of the gas of CO2, I can do the Martian. I cannot do the Martian in here. It doesn't fit. It doesn't survive. The purpose of the showing the creation of different gansoplasms. This is what I told you in the last week teaching. That when you get the CO2 in a gas bubble now, it's just to put the fire out, or you get a, what do you call it, bubble to your drink. the CO2 plasma gas unit carries the emotion. If it can carry that it gives life, then you understand it's the new envelope you need for me to build the brick to put you in it. And I think I have to become matter. The bricks of the universe transformation comes through. Oh, the God is begging for money, if you can hear it in the back. The church bell is doing it. Then it's 12 o'clock. The priest needs to be fed. He needs people to go in and pay and tell them a lot of lies about the soul, which they don't know. Anyway, so this Gans, the gas unit, is not primarily, I always got you interested in what you were interested, but in the very near future, if you saw in a gas production unit, the break, can you access the video of where the bubble comes out? If you see the gases come out of it as a bubble in the system. If I can separate this bubble and embed in it or transfer in it, so many souls, where do they go? I need to transmute that. It's my envelope. I don't need pilot. I don't need to find someone. But each bubble it carries, guarantees the survival of certain structure of souls. We call it a CO2. What about in the universe where there is no carbon and it's not made, they're made of Na or something. So I need to be able to create an envelope from them that they can travel in it. Now you understand the real purpose of the new gas production. We are in the space technology, transmutation. So everything we do has to end up in that purpose of application. And I always hide it inside something else. And now you understand why you got the gas units. It's not for you to burn or put your fires out. It's to see how the next envelope is strong enough to carry the what I call the soul of the man in a very specific way. I can expand that bubble to cover a planet. So I can take the whole soul of whatever is created. We use this technology sometime at far back time, where a planet was in danger. We could see one planet to explode, and we could see one planet to collide with life, habited life in it. And this technology this understanding was developed that we take all the souls, but the physicality within it. And it works. I know exactly how it works. And I know where this race lives now. So it's not unknown, it's a well-known knowledge. It's been tested.
Got that, or at least one of the videos showing the gas production. I'm not sure.
I have to stop sharing, don't I? Yeah, it's in the lab. We saw it in Tehran. We saw it in the lab in last week or the week before with Rick, with Klaus, where the bubbles come up. I'm interested in those bubbles. You see those little bubbles? In the future, I'll show you how to capture it as a plasma, and then how it becomes the next transmutation system of the future. The life of man to travel collectively depends on that bubble in the depth of the universe. I want to show you something. We shared it with the governments. Now we can share it with you with the permission from Klaus. The methane gas we couldn't show for safety reasons in the background. Rick, I'll send you a video which I would like you to share. This is from the Keshe Foundation, what do you call videos, And you can see how successful we are and why the governments listen to when we put things through. Rick is on your, what do you call it? Is on your safe line. You can play it. And here in this video, you see only one or two because of the safety reasons we play. It's coming through to you. When you see this one, it's the same system. It produces gas both on high and low level. There's Klaus in the background who can explain. He's the man who's done the test. And then you understand how powerful this technology is. Received it?
Just about to get it downloaded here.
Is Klaus is part of our audience today. He usually sits somewhere in the background. No, I don't see him, or he's on the other name. Have you got it?
Yes, let me just get it lined up here.
This is again the same methane detector you saw working. You see the bubbles coming out of the system. You see there is no gases. The detector picks up on the low first. It has to analyze it and watch. Each arrow on either side is for high and low pressure. We produce gas, methane, in a huge amount. But in the future, thank you very much. In the future, these bubbles are the means of transportation of different races of the universe. Because there are, I said, gas in nano state. There are plasmas in nano state coverage. They are the secret of man transportation in the universe. Once the man understands the potential of it. The way it comes from the bottom to the top, it goes from one universe to another. But you're only interested to see how it burns, and that's the nature of the man. One bubble is one spaceship, and I can put in there millions of souls. Everything we do, as I said a few weeks ago, is now the knowledge of universe we are teaching you. Not for you to have a gas-free business. But we are here, we've got to keep ourselves entertained. But you have to understand the principle behind it, how it works. If you're happy with the spaceship, this is the way you transmute. Any other?
We have a question from Nikolai in the Q&A here, who says, For those who go through the transmutation process, do you expect that all of these volunteers will be able to learn or remember this transmutation ability across the board? Or does it have to do with the level of consciousness of the being? Or is it still only if we let you?
It's a privilege even to a dog or a cat, let alone the man. If you put, that's why we ask you to bring your dogs and cats or whatever. We touch the soul, not the animal.
So whether a person or being, any being, whether they learn or remember something about that process, is that relevant in a way? Or they're still
They
going
don't
to get
learn.
touched?
It's part of the, let's put it that way, it's part of your DNA and memory. Yeah, if you can put it that way.
So it'll be ingrained regardless of what
It's not ingrained, it's connected.
It'll
It's
be
connected to the knowledge of the universe.
Regardless of our conscious memory of it, or regardless of
conscious
our
memory
interpretation.
Conscious memory belongs to the physical dimension of the man.
Mm-hmm.
In the dimension of soul, you don't have consciousness. It's everlasting existence.
What about the memory of the emotion?
It's part of the connection. In the physical life, we live all the time. But once we see a picture, which we have a connection, we hear a song, we smell a flower, it brings a specific emotion. We don't walk all the time with that emotion. You understand? So it's the same. It's a memory bank start positioning of the field strength. Souls have emotion worse than the man. Of course they do. Man is created after their structure.
Question from Ed in the Q&A is CH3 and zinc mixed GANs all right to help wean people off drugs? It's running rampant here in New Zealand.
Oh, it's rampant everywhere around the world. The combination to get people off the drug is a very specific. And is very specific for a specific drugs. It's already been developed by the Keshe Foundation. It's in our arsenal of materials. But we are not in the game to battle cartels. In time, man will move away from this. Picking out battles, I already have one for 10 years with the smallest one in the world. From what is going to come from the Gans production unit with the government, we start seeing the demise of the nations and people who what you call blocked and create mayhem for Keshe Foundation. Because their hand opens up by themselves. We don't need to know anything. And it's the same. We don't need these kind of things. We just carry on teaching and developing, and it comes by itself. Any other question?
Let me see here, Mr. Keshe. We have a couple more, I guess. Antonio came back with another question regarding the CO2 gas in the farm situation. And he figures if he attach one tube, but splitting the gas from the unit 4 ways, then the CO2 gas can be distributed more evenly around the farm. Would that work?
Yeah, you can pipe it out randomly, so later will hit somewhere in the pipe at the end or the beginning. We saw that in China. In China, where we did the test, if I remember, I think Manglin is in the background, she can tell you, if I remember correctly. We had this thingy here, they were growing corn. And then, if I remember correctly, we had the strips, 1 or 2 strips here, and then we had 2 or 3 strips somewhere else nearby, where they placed our gas tank somewhere in the middle. And these people had to go through this maze, actually maize corn, because there were corn in there, and watering the section which was for us, they were testing. And what was interesting, okay, we got the increase in the rice and everything else. What was interesting, the corn along here were growing different than the rest of the fields because the gas tank was here. So the tank itself and then going in and out distributed fields, which the corn here, because I went there, I checked, I wanted to see, and it was exactly what I thought it would do. So you have the radius of the field insertion. So in your farm, if you have a farm like this, and you place a gas unit in the middle and pipe it, it's constantly at the bottom level. And as it rises up, it goes down. In the, I think it was yesterday or was in American teaching, where we had the Romanians talking about the dome they're building. And I explained to them, you build a dome, but now you have on the base of it to make a cover that the dome fields go everywhere, not just there. If you're making a dome for agriculture, it's not just making a dome. Excuse me, this is the land. The roots are here. The soul of the plants is here. You've got to reach the soul. So you dig in, you place some of your dome material below the level of the vegetation, that the fields actually reach the soul to enlighten. Here, you create 20% increase. Here, you increase 200 because you satisfy the soul to see the beauty. So a lot of little things which knowledge seekers don't understand, don't want to understand. When you water a farm with the ganses, the water will go, the energy will stay very, very thin on this level. When you use gases, you still have to place below level, plus what you would radial across the land. Without your gas might be that much, and it goes up and it reaches there. So your plant will grow totally different with a new gas technology than when you had it with the water. But you have to tell us how you want, because these containers, these are sealed. You open it, you damage is a different thing. You have to tell us what you want to grow, the way you want to grow, and then we tell you how to do a mixture, how to add it for what purpose. A small change brings a lot of difference in agriculture. And this, before we keep on watering it and you get fed up, the plant grows. How much? This machine is there 24 hours, it is up. But don't expect to get the same harvest from the corner. That you have to understand. Tell us what you're building, what you're doing, and we put the system for it. This gas unit with the gases will give you what I call a complete coverage. Covers you under the soil, but you have to make these deep downs that you cover the root and the soil of the plants. Then you have which goes on the surface, and then you have the top, and this gradient creates a vortex of growing. And the beauty of this, we saw this in China, is when the wind comes and the vegetation go flat, because of the gravitational magnetic field of the wind they produce, they go back up. Is the following of the flow of the magnetic field which raises them. Because within them there's a flow of magnet that allows them to stand up, they come back. I said to a farmer, in the future, if you're planting trees and you have a wind and the winds blow and your trees, the ones which are Gans, they'll come back. You'll see a lot of changes even in the harvest. I watch this. These are the things I observe. Even when you have a tomatoes, you might get these tomatoes going and you're happy it's a straight, but it produces 10 small tomatoes. But this tomato gives inclination with, let's say, 20 tomatoes if it's in that angle. Now the Gans will decide this. Now you're trying to keep it straight. The world of agriculture changes, but on the other hand, the way we are going, in a few years' time, who will need the agriculture? When you can feed with the energy of the universe what you need. When I said we don't take no energy, no food, no water with us into space, now you understand how. When you're in the bubble of the gas, you take energy from it what you need, and everybody is spread in balance. And because of this gas condition, it takes from the universe and gives what it doesn't need. It's a perfect transportation. As I said once, maybe I can say it in a different way. There is a gas bubble which carries the strength of the Creator. Now, who would like to get into it? Who would have the privilege to get into it that he can hold on? If it doesn't match, it doesn't exist. I came in one and I'll go back with the second. You can destine, position your gases that has the opportunity of the life which carries and a position and dimension where he wants to go. If you travel with Keshe Foundation systems, which you're doing in the enhancement unit, No way we can lose you in the universe. We got you by the toe, stop by the strength of the string. They always bring you back. Any other question? Something very interesting. Some of you who've been in the enhancement unit, when we go and ask you, especially in the last 2 weeks, because it's getting to a perfect system, when we come in and ask you to, can you finish? They say, no, we want to stay. We haven't finished yet. And when they come out, they say, everything is blurry. We know you are there, we hear the voice, but we don't see. Like you're telling us to go somewhere or do something, but it's not a physical visual seeing thing. They say, yes, blah, blah. And then you go in and say, can you finish your session? No, I'm still there. So I go out, wait another 5 or 10 minutes. I go back in again. 1 or 2. No, I haven't finished yet. So in your dimension of the soul, you still have control of physicality to hear, to convert the information. It's very interesting how these things are coming up in the space development and how we can transmute. Any other question?
We have a couple of questions left in the Q&A. One is from Stephania, and it's not sure, it's kind of in code, so I'll give it a go. I'll just read it the way it is. She says, the CO2 has envelope. Can we call it spaceship?
What?
That's what I thought you might say. The CO2 has envelope. Can we call it a spaceship? I don't know how to interpret that quite. I guess she means the CO2 has a range to the fields, or has a certain bubble around it, sort of a bubble.
Yeah.
Can we call it a spaceship? Oh, the CO2 is wrong spelling. It's the CO2 gas envelope. The CO2 gas envelope, can we call it a spaceship?
Since when? I don't know what it means by spaceship. Can you get in it? Yes. Any other question?
And Cristiano had a question about the bubble that you referred to. So that would be the bubble that you refer to when you say that you can put a drop in the aquarium and it creates a fish or a man.
Yes. Now you understand. You carry the soul of the fish in it. And when you leave it in the water, it becomes the fish.
Well, perhaps that's a good place to leave things. Did you want to wrap up, Mr. Keshe, or
No,
would you like to carry on a bit?
We carry on a little bit.
Okay.
We are waiting for the news that by 1:30 we should receive that news. And if we don't receive, we have to do other things with it. The process of the expansion of the knowledge from now on comes in understanding the process of the work of the universe and how universal systems work, and how we take dimension and direction. If you want to change your screen, Rick, please. In this process, in this understanding, in this change of condition, in a universal space system, you have to watch, you have to be as part of it, to be protector of your own field and at the same time protect the others. It's not just because I want to go and I go because I want to. Is, am I allowed to? What would be the consequence of if I'm not allowed to? Would the end of one become the beginning of the other? So these processes, when we start teaching you the expansion of the systems and the universal systems, is primarily to understand the totality of the structure and how we need to understand the totality. Would a system be able to carry on working? Would the system be able to interact with its environment without taking from it, without forcing itself on it? And this is what will come in the future for many people, to understand this process, to be able to go through the what we call transmutation. This is how in the future space technology we understand what fields are endangering us or we are endangering them. It's not like you drive down the motorway, I'm just happy where I'm going, doesn't matter what happened with others, but the speed I do, where I take a left or right turn to pass as fast as I can. It's a way that you interact and how you interact and the way you interact and how you allow the interaction to take shape. And this is important for many, many new conditions of the space technology that we have to learn. The understanding of the process of transmutation is different than understanding of the process of transferring. And we have to understand the totality of this process. Are we doing both, or are we reading the right signs? And how do we read this science? How do we execute these mixtures of information? And how do we end up with one system in respect to the other? Or how do we bring a mixture together when we are carrying the soul of the matter state, the soul of a plant, and the soul of the man, and mixture of man with mixture of different souls of matter state and other things? In the upcoming systems, we have to understand to be able to transmute and transfer at the same time, to be able to dig deeper in understanding of the totality. In how everything is done, how everything is carried out, and how conditions are created for each one. A combined transmutation and transfer will become part of the future development technology. Or would it be like now, you get on the plane, we send you your luggage after you with the next flight. You go and we send you the flowers for your lover to New York and the next, because we can't carry mix, souls in our transportation. This is part of, and if you take this to the next step, what happened when we have a mixture of the souls of the man and other creatures of the universe? What happened when we carry a man from Earth, a human, a being from planet Zeus, and somebody else from somewhere else? How do we fit them in? How do we create a bubble that all can fit in the way they do in the universe? These are the teachings to come. This is what we as knowledge seekers will bring to understand most of it and all of it in the coming time.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Can you hear me?
Yes.
When you said you came with the bubble and then you're going to live with the bubble, how?
Mm-hmm. I know. And it's in a way, we come as a soul, we live as a soul. But the soul of the man is created on this planet. Our soul is created in the dimension of the universe. That's the only difference. Here, when you create a child, then you create a soul. We come from the dimension where the soul is created without the physicality. And then we take shape in the position in time, becoming that bubble as the soul. And this is what is happening now with the children of Mitra. They are born through that process, but they take the dimension of physicality. When you put the children of Mitra in the transmutation system of the future, you will see it. Their physicality doesn't exist. And they take shape of the Creator in the dimension of the fields of the universe.
And Mr. Keshe, when you want to leave, are you going to take your physicality with you, or you want to leave it here?
It's irrelevant.
I mean, you said you shouldn't leave your physicality. It's not a garbage bin.
Put it this way: when we go, we take everything. We don't leave anything behind. Has anybody seen anything of Mitra or Moses or Jesus? It's the same soul. When you're a dentist, in your surgery, you wear whites and you're a dentist. You take it out, you get in a car or a taxi, you're a passenger. You go home, you put on other clothes, you become a mother. You go to bed, you put on other clothes and you become a wife. Has it changed the structure? And in a way, the change of physicality for us doesn't change the soul which carries it. And when you're in the surgery, you tell your people, I'm going home to cook tonight for my husband. Does the husband know what you're cooking? But you already decided it in the surgery that he's going to have what? Because you already planned it. Because you knew that's what it's going to get. So it's the same. We come 1,000 years before, well, we know what we're going to cook in 1,000 years, and we say this is what's going to happen. Isn't that the way the promise of Mehdi has come?
But Mr. Keshe, with your teaching, and what I learned, when you talk about when you go, you're a dentist and you're a mother, you're a wife, you're this and that. With your teaching, I'm none of that, because it just at that moment I just played a role. I don't own it, because before, you think you're all of it, but then you're not that, because when you look at the soul, is multidimensional, is a universal. So that's just something that I carry while I'm working with physicality. But in reality, it just doesn't have any meaning for me. It just momentarily I'm a dentist, and then the next thing I'm a mother, and then the wife, or what, so on and so. But you don't have any attachment to it. That how when you become a doctor, some ways people hold their head up and say, I'm a doctor, like they're very proud. I mean,
put it this way, I'll just change your word and add other words. Momentarily I'm Moses, momentarily I'll be Jesus. Does it make any difference? It's the soul of the Creator. So it doesn't matter what you put on it. And then momentarily we promised the guy will come, and that'll be the time of the milk and honey. Because we know when that time of milk and honey is when the milk is what and the honey is the texture. One is the soul of physicality and one is the soul of the man, which gives you the pleasure and the taste. So is it relevant? And the beauty of it is, when you are faced with the time of milk and honey, is so good that you still prefer to be the slave to physicality. And that's all we are doing. The time of milk and honey has come, but it's so sweet that none of you can believe it is your time in your time of existence. And this is what many of knowledge seekers will come to understand. That in understanding the knowledge is understanding the knowledge of the creation is that promised day, not more, no less. But you're still waiting for God knows this and come in a white horse and the rest of it.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
There is a very big understanding, and it's now is a noose around the neck of a couple of governments and the clergy and the religious people of it with it in respect to the Keshe Foundation. And we know exactly where these governments sit. 3 states in the world, actually 4, are totally what I call mixed up what to do with the Keshe Foundation. And how to let the knowledge go or stick to the dogmas they've created for themselves. Because if they accept the Keshe technology as a technology, it's to their benefit. But if they accept the Keshe technology as a technology of both what I call ethics and what they call theology and science, is their demise, is the end of it. Isn't this the problem we have now in Iran, the Keshe Foundation? The representative of Ayatollah Khamenei sitting in our office for weeks and months understood. If we accept, we have to stop. And then what would it bring back for them? But wouldn't it be to the benefit of the nation or humanity to understand what's happening and allow the next step of the knowledge to come in? Or do we want to carry on with what we've done, with the stealing and everything else, because when we go, it's done, it's there. There's a very big problem in this process for a few states at the moment in respect to Keshe Foundation. And when it opens up, they can't stop. They cannot stop it. And that when has come. The time has arrived. Now, the biggest problem they have is how long can we contain it to keep what we have, because once the cat gets out of the bag, we have nothing. As somebody close to the Iranian structure told me, the biggest fear of the Iranian clergy is not anymore Israel. It's Keshe Foundation. But on the other hand, it's what they've been waiting for. They don't know how to handle it. They think they can handle Israel with a nuclear bomb. How are you going to handle the soul which is not there in physicality? That's their biggest problem. As I said, once one of these religions collapses, the rest will follow. So in the background, they're all working together, trying not to get out. Keep the cat in the bag as much as you can. If you look at the teaching capacity for weeks, you all got so baffled and bamboozled, as we say. Oh, the gases or free energy, the light comes and goes up. And today you found out the actual structure is a new type of transportation. How many of these can you produce in your house and you put all the souls of your family in it and escape the states you cannot live with it? But what happened when you appear in another state? All the tools in your pocket you carried and you are worth nothing. When everybody can create gold, your gold has no value if you take it from one to another. Or you just do what the Jewish people did during the Second World War or during the Iranian Revolution. Eat your gold and your diamond and jewelry, or restrict them to a blanket of children and get them through borders as toys. Did the wealth mean anything? And then you find out you can't carry it and you still bury it. My great-grandmother used to tell me how they came out of Russia. When the Russian Revolution came in, there were Jews from Iran. So they were given a choice to go to Poland or go back to Iran. And my great-grandfather says, we are Iranian origin. He says, so you choose. They chose to come back through the port from Georgia through what we call Darya Khazar, the Caspian Sea, to another port where the Iranian government accepted the Jews back to Iran. And being a wealthy family, they buried some of the wealth back for the time when the revolution could just go back. And one of my cousins went back in 1990s to find where it was buried or whatever. But the other members of the family decided that they had wealth in stones, diamonds, and jewelry. They swallowed it because in the clothing they were checking everything. The Russians became aware of this trick. So they kept the Jews crossing through Caspian Sea to Iran for days in the camps with one toilet. So what they did, whatever you ate after a few days comes out. And they collected all the Jews. It didn't work anymore because they already ate it the day before, they lost. So we can't even carry the wealth with us. And this is the same process, the same understanding. This jewel of the knowledge cannot be taken from no one. It's a jewel on its own and it stands on its own and it has value to whoever holds it. It's not a wealth that you can carry with you. It's a wealth that you have attained. You have to attain it. You have to possess it, understand it, and it attaches to your soul. And that's all the big difference. Once you understand it, would you accept a religion? It's the jewel of the knowledge of the creation, not the jewel of the mind that they can hold on to and lose it. And the more and more knowledge seekers become aware, understand, and the more technologies we put out, it narrows the process for them. And that's what I said, you touch, you burn. understanding the knowledge of creation is dependent on one's openness to understand the science itself, science of creation. And then theology doesn't exist in it, and physicality doesn't exist in it. Because once you understand the totality, you can do anything you like. And this is what I always said, is the time of meter, where you can live in both dimensions now. You don't have the restriction of one or the other. One doesn't become a ghost of the other one, as we say. And how much of a ghost and how many ghosts do you want to carry? Is the process of change from the soul level to physicality any different than the processes we know? One of the points that a lot of you will have to face, will come to understand very soon, which is sitting in the teaching, is the process of what we call transmutation, the process of what we call conversion. In the process of the physicality, we take the soul of the man in the center of the body of the man, and we say, as the soul is in a higher order, as it goes out, reduces in strength in interaction with the environment, creates a condition of physicality of the man. Now, the process is reversed. Now you have the soul and physicality with it connected sit in the center, where you actually still have remnants of the soul connected. It's an inside-out situation. And how, if the soul of the man is strong enough to, in reduction and interaction with the field of the environment, create the physicality, how does now the what we call soul reduces enough to have interaction with the soul of the man, inside the man. Here we lose strength that way. Here we lose strength this way. In this direction, we contain the man. In this direction, because of his structure, the man contains the soul. When the man learns this process of reduction, man will conquer transmutation in the universe. Goes back to original teachings which we always say. The stronger feed, the smaller to become. If you understand this process, if I can, in a way, draw it for you in a other way, that how can the stronger feed the weaker, that the weaker become equal to the strong. The reverse condition of this And how to do it is the key to transmutation and transportation. Here, you transport them, here you transmute them, but the field energy and connection is the same. As I said a few minutes ago, this process I have thought in a teaching about letter and thread. Somebody says 34th health teaching. So somebody has been quick trying to find out. Stefania. She says it's in the 34th health teaching, and this teaching is open to the medical people only. But the teaching is in the public teachings as well. It wasn't a shared privilege, but in the other one was explained fully in detail. So you have, when you ask, what do we have to do? Okay. How we can transmute, how we can transfer from one to another, and how we understand this. If you go back to the part of teachings some time ago, I have always told you about if you hold your hand and try to create a light within the hand. That light is the soul of physicality at the strength. Then you understand how things are and how the situations are and how you can go between one to the other. But in that process, it's not just the light, it's the emotion of the existence, emotion of the what we call the totality of everything. And how do we understand this? How do we come to the point to be able to transmute between one another? We create that light within the hand of the man, within the dimension of physicality. It's like the flight unit, where the soul of the man is there. Do you open your hand suddenly to allow the soul of physicality to reach the soul of the man? Or do you embed it to engage it? What is the next step? What is the totality of understanding? What is to be done? How do we expand and extend the knowledge? It's the process which we need to understand. It's the process which we have to understand in which way we can play with it. Can we transmute between one and the other? Now we understand. And if we allow the soul of physicality to be embedded within the soul of the man, would it then take a new shape in a new dimensional position? And all of this comes from understanding of the teachings. And it's all within the teachings. There is nothing extra, there is nothing hidden. It's just now we explain more in more detail what exactly has been and is going to be done. What we thought in the past you couldn't do it in your hand, now we do it in the machine. Till you learn to do it in a way by extension of the soul. To show that you didn't die because your soul expanded, because still got a part of it within your physical dimension, but you could go and do everything and come back. Or do you want to taste it? You want to smell it? You want to touch it in the dimension of physicality? You sit in Tehran and you want to see how Niagara Falls is. Do you need to get a plane to go there? You send your soul where it is to feel it, to taste it, and enjoy it while you're in Tehran? Or do you actually want to be there to feel, to be on the boat, to go up the river and see how far you can push the boat to the wall of the fall and get the sensation of it? You just want to see it in pictures. Now you have that choice to stay home and go with the soul, or go with the soul and come and take the physicality with it later on. And this is the option you have, and we have shown it in the system. It's not a dream anymore. Over 100 of you have tasted it and tested it. And the minute you come out of the machine, where the soul takes its position within the center of the brain of the man, you're back in here, and then many of you say, you feel the weight suddenly comes back. You feel you're back physical again. How many of you have tested it now? So it's correct, because it's tested by many of you randomly from different parts of the world. And all of you who come out of the experience, we always say, especially when we had the chairs, people say, now we feel the weight. That bubble is gone. That bubble is your soul. Now we put this bubble in other bubbles, or many bubbles, to travel the same position. You all want to go to New York. Going to New York will be easy time, because you can do it now with your soul. You want to go to other destinations in the universe, you need that bubble that you all end up in the same position, because you don't know the destination. You heard about there's such a beautiful thing in such a planetary system, in such a galaxy, in one of the universes, and you want to go and see it. The beauty of the new knowledge and what it'll bring is that man will be so busy sightseeing and going around the universe that he doesn't have time to create wealth, stick himself to physicality, and be attached to this planet. tourism is the best thing universe has ever created for the souls who can elevate themselves to that level. Then you understand. Then you can see. Then it becomes easy to work with, to understand, to enjoy, and sit and be part of it. Up to now, when we taught 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, was just a talk. Now we have system. And it's not a system because over 100 of you have been through it. And a lot of you are coming to do it into the next step. If you understand what commotion this will create when we show we can put you in one chair and take you another chair and scientifically explain it and show the elevation of the soul, expansion of the soul. And then can you deny it? Then would be a position for clarity. If you look at it and the systems are all set, in the next few weeks, when we can complete this process, how many of you would you be able to accept anything? Would you then be able to know more? Accept, or would they accept their position and the dimension? And what would be the answer from those who always what would be the outcome for us and public once we show this? what is the outcome of our own with ourselves? What can we do? How would we handle it? In what sense we will be able to elevate our souls to create that transmutation? And would our soul be able to, in a way, our physicality to accept this? Would we not become shocked ourselves if we end up in China and we look like Chinese and we become a black man in Africa? And what will be the consequence? And what can we do for us not to be shocked from it? And would we be in a position to accept the changes with us, transmutation with ourselves, before we can do? And what will be the next step for humanity? And would our soul be at the strength that allows our physicality to go through transmutation, if we see it right for it to allow that to happen? Then the situation comes for all of us to be able to understand what is the next step. What is the consequences of this evolution, this knowledge to the man? What would bring us? What will cause where you have no borders? You become all citizens of one nation because you decide where you want to be, how do you want to be, and where you want to go, and how you want to go. Would the humanity go to the next step? And would us be able to accept this new condition? Would the society accept this change? Would the people we make government allow this to happen? And how far can we do this? How far can we go with this? And how much can we handle with this? And would is our society ready to accept the work of the system sitting in midst? And how can we go to the extent to be able to this work, this extension of the knowledge and technology? The Pandora box of the knowledge with other technologies, sciences, we open slowly as we digest it. But what happens with this new technology, the way it has come? And social structure comes into it, and there's a lot of things which come in. And would our what we call leaders, being religious or government, would allow the change, would allow this to happen because they lose everything they work for? Or they have to mutate to a new ways to explain to their people how this can be done. this new technology, this simple system we put in LINS, and many of you gone through, is the beginning of a massive change for us. We have shown the expansion of the energy within us, where we can go, what we can do, how it changes us physically. And the expansion and extension is massive. When you can go through the expansion of the inner energy of you, and many of the diseases and pains and sufferings you have through the expansion of energy processes itself. Extension of the life of man is not 60 anymore, it's 100, 200, 1,000. How do we structure our social securities? How do we structure our life pattern? Implication of it is not just a simple flight. The implications of it come, and this is what I've said. You appear in one place and the other, but what happens to the next step? Social structure is what will be needed for that one nation, one planet, one race. Can the people in Africa, again, having access to such a simple system, live the life they live there? And how many will come into New York, London, and God knows Western Europe or in other countries to just have the benefit of a light on the street, a pavement, a tarmac, a doctor? And this new technology will bring us to a just, a balanced state that we do not need to sell, we share equal. The implication of a very simple system, you went into LINS and you saw the uncle, or you went to the moon, is much deeper than what you can think. But we had to show it in a mass numbers, large numbers, 100. Number of people on Rick's teaching the other day. So you have to understand what is the next step for elevation of the soul of the man, for understanding of the new technology, and in a way, a new social structure which we have to accept. Do we sit and watch? Do we take and teach our leaders? Is not anymore what do you call it, the gas supply. Is not anymore food on the table. If you remember in the teaching some times ago, I explained that how many people from Gambia and Ghana and Kenya who live in the jungles, somebody take one of these units in the middle of jungle, says can all go to New York, will take the trip. And what's the control of the West on it? What's the control of the other nations on it? How many of you will actually take your flight and go back and live in Africa with nothing? And for a long time. And would the mankind be ready for this change? Because it's here now. We have shown the condition of the bubble. One of you asked, how can you create a vacuum? And the way you blow up a balloon, we can expand these gas units, gas bubbles, to the size to fit every soul on this planet. So who wants to live in thousands from jungles of Brazil into the center of London? Do you think you're strong enough like the Israelis, which they found a tribe of Jews in Africa and they moved the whole nation, whole village or town into Israel? And the society accepted them because they're the Jews. They have their problems, but can our society accept these changes? Can we do what they did with Mayas and suddenly empty the cities to go somewhere? Where? The question comes, even Mayas, with people in Brazil, we find no sign of civilization. What happened to them suddenly? Did they reach this point of maturity, or were they invited by those who understood for them to move out? But in the dimension of UFOs, whatever you want to call it. Would the human race take that step to understand what is to come? Now you see the dilemma. Now you understand the position which the new technology has brought us. When we found the technology with the cars, we made the roads, we paved them, we put traffic light, we put line in the middle, and we create new conditions that we all understood, that we start following. Gradually, internationally, we accepted this is a red light, that's a green light, this is where we go, that's where we don't go. When you travel from one country to another, the rule is the same, because we agreed internationally. Now, how do we accept the rules, the universal? We don't eat you. We don't kill you, because this is the rule of the universe. Would be able to contain all the men, not to kill inner space? Or do we make it as part of ingrained physical life for that? These are all the processes that human race has to answer, to prepare in a very rapid time, in the next few weeks and months and years, as the number of these, what we call units, are spread around the world. Even if we ship one person from US to here in what we call Vienna or in Linz, and authorities see that the transportation has changed within a second. Americans are sitting and the Austrian ambassador sitting with a guy in a system and it's here. The next second they say it's here. You can see the evolution, you can see the change. What would the governments do? Can they stop the development of the technology of man? Which I don't think so. Then it becomes into what I call the cycle of life. This is what comes the change. I explained to you when we showed the blueprint in past 2 or 3 weeks. You always thought it was just the gases. No, it's the evolution of transportation, transmutation, energy, and everything else. If I can put you in that bubble and that water, and in that water I put all the things you need for energy and put you in the bubble and take you out of the bubble, exactly what happened with the orange and the water, and you're fed. Do you need the expansion and extra whatever now they charge you for tomatoes and the rice or whatever you can't afford, or you have the energy? Doesn't matter what price you put on the tomato, I'm not hungry to eat a tomato. Make it $100 a kilo or make it zero. I have no need for it. Do I need to kill a lamb when I am not hungry, when the energy I needed in my body is compensated for? The changes are huge. The expansion of it is huge. What about if we add into these energy as a bubbles, the way you do with the what they call gassed waters in the swimming pools, and when you swim in the pool, you get all the energies. You just go for 1 minute, swim from one leg to another. This is food for today, energies for today. And this is not a theory. Alex has done it in Nigeria. When we put that pool out, we tested it, and we know what are the capabilities of this technology. In fact, if you literally remember this, what we call swimming pool condition, which we created in Nigeria with embedding ganses or whatever, now we can exchange it with what we call bubbles. Within this will create a new condition for all of us. Now it's a reality, but in a much faster way, in a much controlled way. And what would be the next for our people who use the food and prices for control? What happened to the 3 families which are controlling the food of nations? All the grains we use is controlled by them. We all remember this picture. We all seen this pool in Nigeria. It is not a theory. It's a working system where we could heal the wounds of the hunger of the man with the food for man. then it brings us to a new point, a new dimension, a new understanding that are we structuring a new society with this new technology? Have we very silently brought a new lifestyle and everything else? It's not going to be hidden in a way much longer with what comes up with the energy crisis. Technology which can fulfill it will be known by everyone. It's exactly like the blueprint when we gave the keys to all the governments in the USB stick. When we enter negotiations and the gas comes to be known, if it works for the gas, it works for transportation, it works for the food and the rest of it. And then you understand why we set up the Universal Council, that the soul of those who serve should be there to serve humanity, not by elections, because you don't carry any soul when it comes to that, where you understand the soul of the man and connection to the bubble and the soul of the man of the same man. The whole process is, in a way, upon us, but by choice. We chose to become knowledge seekers. We chose to understand the technology more, and many of us are taking that step. This is one of the reasons I keep on saying, please try to get to this, that we can embed majority souls of people into it. How far, how deep we'll go, we don't know. But sooner or later, the same as we gave the key, as I said, now the knowledge of the energy, what man needs, will become. Do you remember, those of you who've been around the foundation a long time ago, when we gave the key and we put, how many of you went to your governments, this is what is there, how come they can have it, we can't have it? And they start building the pressures. And we saw the example, as I said before, with the Italians, when we went to the Italian parliament and the rest of it. How many Germans are going to sit and watch the Chinese walking with the energy technology when they have to cut on heating and everything else this winter? We are in the right place, right time, and the right way to break the technology through, but on the terms and conditions of the peace. Once we deliver the gases in a mass order, and there is no need for huge power stations to support. Do we need the nuclear power stations? Do we need to burn the coal fire stations to create so much mayhem? Do we need to carry on polluting? The race will be that everybody has to have this because it's for protection of the planet and government saving money. The only people who will cry with this new technology, especially with the energy, will be Saudi. There will be less children and less women to abuse in the palaces. The change with the simple gas unit is huge. But if you understand it and you can implement it and you can, in a way, bring it to the position that is the same for everyone. Are there any questions?
Okay, we do have a hand up here with Salmia.
Thank you very much, Rick. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Hello, everybody. A question related to Project HARP for climate change control. If you knew something about this and how we can have a contra project of HARP with technology.
No, let me explain to you. I know nothing about HARP, and I heard a lot of things about it. And there's a lot of other things about HARP, and in fact, there's nothing to do with our technology. We are not here to fight other things other people have done. We are here to set course. Nothing to do with us, what they've done. The Hiroshima bomb, the atomic bomb, the hydrogen bomb, the whatever. The pollution of the air with CO2 and the rest of it. If we are going to do what other people are, we're going to do with them, it's going to take a lot of our time. We set the course, we set the technology. It's for man if he wants to carry with the past or changes to the new, and we start a newer structure. So it's irrelevant to our work.
Yes.
And any other question?
Thank you very much.
The energy used to fight or to overcome is not needed. By introducing new technologies, you create that new condition. Any other question?
At the soul level only. Yes, to elevate all the people.
We had a question from Giselle from Quebec, Canada. Where can I learn more about that pool?
The pool is part of the Keshe Foundation, Nigeria. It was built by knowledge seekers.
Okay, so they should be able to contact through
It's
Foundation, like
yeah,
Nigeria.
but this is obsolete now compared to what is here. This was the first proofs of technology by Alex when he went to Nigeria. It's dinosaur age technology compared to what is now available. But it had to be done to bring that proof up.
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you, Mr. Keshe? You know, this what you said about the problems and trying to involve with all what humanity doing as a bombs and everything. It's take a lot of energy, and this is exactly. We should go away from it. We should concentrate on the knowledge and bring it to the level which is really needed. And this goes with all aspects of our life. Wherever you go, there is, wherever you go, where there is problems with everything. And you know, it's really amazing if you just think about it. Leave everything what they are doing. They have to do what they are doing, and concentrate with what you are doing, because this will last forever. And they, in one time, they will come to it. They have they have no choice, because they will see the beauty of it. They will be touched.
We don't have a, what do we call it? We don't have a problem with this. It's what I call understanding it, which will bring us the change. And if they understand it, to bring the change.
Do you think they will not see the beauty of it? As you said, if someone transports from one place to one place in this second, what they will say?
What can they do? The knowledge is here.
So I think I know 100%, Mr. Keshe, that you know it's already planned since, as you said, since the thousands of years. So let them pick and do what they do.
The beauty of the process is that we create a condition and they will comply with it. We don't force the condition for them to comply. That's a big difference. When they do it themselves, it's different than when we force them to do it. That's how the condition has been. The introduction of the gas unit, the introduction of the enhancement unit. These are all creating the condition that forces them to accept the condition. And that's the whole thing we can do. No more, no less.
And for those who persist in being trolls for the technology and being a nuisance, there's the two magic words you told me years ago that solved a lot of the anguish and anxiety I had about dealing with trolls. And you said, ignore them. And I said to myself, how can I ignore them? They're there all the time. I'm always dealing with them and so on. But those words were perfect, because by simply ignoring them, it's one of the hardest things to do when you're attached to dealing with, you know, such entities and always trying to rationalize with them or set them straight and, you know, change their ways or whatever. Just ignore them, and that worked so well and made my life much simpler. And I thank you for that, Mr. Keshe.
It's part of the life we need to have, part of the process we have to accept and to live with. Not much we can do. Not much we can do. It comes from detachment. It comes from what we have agreed to do. to what extent we are prepared to take steps to bring the change is primarily the condition we have created. What we see, what we have, what we think. Any other questions? There is a point, pardon?
Go ahead.
No, carry on, you had a question.
No, John Wells had a hand up here, so I was
Yes,
going to allow him to talk.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Keshe. I would resume the whole thing with an old English saying, let them boil in their own soup.
So, yeah.
Thank you
There's
very
not
much
much we
for
can do.
teachings. No, they have to realize what they're up to.
Yeah. We have to see how we can do this and how the situation will change with the present position.
We had the teachings about, about 2 years ago. We already had the Ganses to mix with the paint to paint our inside our homes and change the whole environment. This is changing the whole environment of the earth and humanity. Thank you very much.
The structure sits in how we expand this knowledge. In a way, if you understand, it took 10 years to teach the gases and it took 2 or 3 years to teach the soul and understanding of the soul. It took a few months to bring it to the position of the new enhancement unit, transportation, and the gases of the gas. And now, in a way, it brings a snooker position for every individual and very soon for our governments, that they go to a position that the nationals need to be fed, or we allow the hunger to take over, we allow the shortage of gases and fuels take over and the rest of it. And the beauty of it is not one person anymore knows the basic and the others. Is millions of people know the basic and the knowledge. As I was told before, the spread of this technology has been faster than any religion in the history of man. And it is with the science and the technology which we have and we need and we can do and take care of. There's nothing else we can do with it. And we very patiently over years taught and taught and taught. And over years, we brought everything step by step in. It's been a torturous time, but it has served the purpose, as we call it. It took a long time, and it took a longer than we expected, but in a way, we have brought in the knowledge in a measured way to be in that position. So, in a calculated way, we have come forward. Any other question?
Well, Ike wanted to know if you could tell us the news you're expecting, which you probably won't tell us until you get the news.
We're trying to hold it back for some weeks, and we're still waiting. They're trying to sort the matters out in the background. The Keshe Foundation has been defrauded with a massive amount, and they're trying to tell us it's not. And we said we go public with the name of the company and the people who are involved in it. They're trying to tell us that they're trying to sort it out. And it goes back to many of you, if you remember a few weeks ago, we asked you to support Keshe Foundation for the move what we're working on. We've been told to hold back and it'll be done. And so we're giving them a few more hours. As we said, we're going to go public today with the fraud which has taken place. Or they say it's not a fraud, it's just taking time, it's taken too long. And we will address this, even if it means we put on what we call, I call it a blueprint of fraud. That how we were defrauded. We still believe in these people. They will comply with what has been signed and agreed by the Keshe Foundation and that. And if that don't take place, we'll come to you that you all know, and that is our collectively we have to take action against the structure and the organization through different governments in different states and different banking system, which allows these kind of things to take place. And it is not for us. They've been telling us for some weeks, and today was a deadline. We have the management of the Keshe Foundation is not holding back anymore, and it's just trust that we give them a few more hours, and then we'll go out with it, because that depends on changes the future of the Keshe Foundation. Is an investment done by the Keshe Foundation in a very large sum and the help of many knowledge seekers to get to this point. And it's been going on for some weeks and months in different shape or form, and today was a deadline because they told us there's nothing to hold it back. It'll be done today. But we hold back, and for a few more hours, the management of the Keshe Foundation wants to hold back. Maybe they're complete, as they say today. And if not, we'll come back to you and we explain, we release all the documents, is the assets of the foundation. And we'll see how we'll take shape. And it's I was told I have to release all the documents and things today, but it's just trying to be a little bit patient till they say to comply with what they said they've done, and it's been done. We trust them to be correct in their conduct, but there's a drawing line. Now we have drawn the line today. The board of management of the Keshe Foundation has been patient enough, and we might call it, and then we give you all the details, the name of the people, the companies, and everything else involved in it. But at the moment, we're prepared to stay for a few more hours silent to see what happens. because this will change the future of Keshe Foundation International.
Okay, there's more information than I expected. Thank you. Question from Cristiano. Mr. Keshe, I have a small memory of a teaching where you said that when we digest food, that food through deuterium is converted to feed the soul of each cell of the body according to its need. Forgive me if I misunderstood, but could you expand a little on this knowledge?
It's the energy. You see, when you're a hydrogen, you have a different requirement to exist. If you have tritium, you have a different conditions to exist. When you are deuterium, you're a balanced condition, fundamentally as an atom. But all the deuteriums are not the same. Deuterium itself has isotopes of energy package, not in the essence to be one. And this balance of deuterium and interaction with hydrogen or tritium in different cells allows the creation of the radiation or feeding. Deuterium is intermediary balance condition plasma, but of different order of strength. As we spoke a few weeks ago about the isotopes of the plasma is in strength difference, but basic you have a basic strength of the what we call magnetical and gravitational. And any deviation when one stays constant, it creates like the isotopes we are used to in the matter state. And it's the whole principle of the working of the glands, thyroid glands, and the rest works on it. Thalamus and thymus work on this. They are more saturated by H3 than hydrogen. And they deposit that energy into deuterium. And that deuterium brings the change in energy level in conversion into, if you are short of potassium or calcium or whatever. And then it converts it into plasma energy that becomes a muscle tissue, whatever you need. Deuterium is, as long as it stays, especially within the lymph, the structure as a plasma energy is not used. It's balanced. That's why we have lymphs everywhere. But once it comes into position of lower energy, it feeds. Once it comes to a higher energy, it absorbs, but it still keeps the structure of the hydrogen, or what we call singularity of the center, what we call nucleus, and what I call the collector, which is the electron. You have to look at the knowledge of the plasma and understand the conversion between the plasma and the matter, or Gans state. And then you understand more in how and what and the way things are done in the process of creation. And most of the creation works in this way. You don't have huge nuclear, what do you call it, materials. You always have deviation with absorption of one or reduction in the other. And the balance point, which deuterium creates that balance. It's got one electron, one proton, hydrogen, what we call proton, as in the deuterium as neutron plus proton, as one center as nucleus, where In hydrogen, you only have a proton and so on. In the tritium, you have a neutron which is trying to convert itself. The ultimate goal of literally what you call deuterium is to create that balanced position between the two extremes, one trying to absorb, one trying to. And it's the same right across the universe. Even when it changes to carbon-14, we see the same behavior. Carbon-14 in the space doesn't travel just to go somewhere. There's an isotope of carbon-14 in the one level of energy different than the other one that allows it to be transmuted. It's part of the transportation system in the future, deep space transportation. You can use that kind of understanding. You tune into it. This is literally your track. It's not your truck, but it's your track. It's the way you know to go from A to B. That's the track you need to go if you're going to such a place. You travel on one of the isotopes of the what we call deuterium, carbon-14. But in fundamentally, is a deuterium in a combination of the diamond structure field radiation, which is unknown knowledge to man. Any other question?
Freed in the Q&A says, if we can touch or remember the creator in us, then we could choose whatever form followed later on, up to the moment of today in this present physical form here on Earth. Could you shed more light on this?
Can you repeat it?
If we can touch or remember the creator in us, then we could choose whatever form followed later on, up to the moment of today in this present physical form here on Earth. Could you shed more light on this?
In a way, when you do that, if you achieve that, you become the strength of the soul of the creator, which then through it is connected to all created, so you have access to all the knowledge. It's very simple. Through that strength of the soul, the strength of the creator, you actually get access to whole knowledge of whatever is created. Because whatever is created is out of his division of his origin. And magnetic fields in the universe always are connected to their source. It's the simplicity of it. Any other question?
Stephania in the chat notes that the souls don't hope. It prepares conditions for things to happen. That's what I understood you said, Mr. Keshe.
In so many ways, you're not wrong. We create the condition of the knowledge, that knowledge creates the condition for peace, and then it forces the man to abide by it. there is no other question, we wrap it up for today.
Okay, I think you've cleaned them up quite well here. The questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Hopefully we learn a little bit more today and we gather more information in the coming time. And more or less we are prepared for that final step towards world peace, towards understanding of it. And the beauty of it is, as we ask you, please sign as many as of you can for the flight test. It's important because we are explaining to you in more detail in the future. The more people from different nationalities and positions on this planet we can move, the less governments can restrict. It won't be just one. And we need to do this in a very rapid way. If you cannot travel to a sponsor, we have many people who want to do it, but financially cannot afford it. We want to sponsor 5, 10 people to travel, and we have many people around the world who want to take that step. And it allows us to achieve what we are here set for. At the same time, what goes with other processes, the gas units, the more gas units we put across, the what we call the less we have, we give opportunity to governments to interfere and we bring the change we are looking at. Now, in a way, it's become, if you understand it, us as one nation and what we bring as one nation to this planet. We always said we don't agree with the governments. Now we are there to govern the principle of the peace and the knowledge and technology. How much you are prepared to see in that change, how much you are prepared to see to bring that change. Up to now, we always talk. Now is the time to actually take part in and bring that change in. The more people we can transmit, the more people we can bring in a position and the direction of the new knowledge, the faster we can change the situation which is now here today, and many people suffer with it. As I said to world knowledge kids, it's not the time to talk anymore. It's time to take steps and create the action to move. And you can't do it, create it for somebody else to do it. It's time to serve. And we are doing everything we can, working around the clock to create this position and the knowledge and technology. And it's the time to move. Thank you very much for today. And we'll meet you in the next time.
Very good. Thank you once again, Mr. Keshe. Fantastic workshop today with lots of information for us to think about and work with in the next while. Okay. Our next public teaching workshop comes up on Tuesday, August 16th, which is the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace. And people are welcome to join the members of the Universal Council who will be present to present that workshop. That starts at 4 p.m. Central European Time. And I think that's it for today. We'll go out with the Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit music version. And we'll see you all in the next public workshop, if not before then. Thank you, everybody, for your questions and comments today. And thank you once again, Mr. Keshe, for everything you do and for the wonderful vision that you have for humanity and beyond humanity, even more importantly. Okay, bye for now, everyone.